I've been waiting a long time for a chance to say this. Stop the presses.
Wall Street short sellers, no blood.
Makes them crazy, man. What is a man?
It's me, Mario.
What a man. Get over here.
Please save me.
Video game time. Welcome back to the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine, the show where we travel back in time 40, 30, and, well, that's it nowadays, years to find out what was making headlines in the home computer and video game industries of yesteryear. I'm your host, Carl, and I'm joined today by a brand new everybody's favorite co-host, Jeff. Welcome to the show, Jeff.
Thank you for having me. Very excited. I even cleaned my facial hairs up for you very nicely.
Oh, yes.
But that's secret. That's only for the Patreon people. Hush, hush.
Hush, hush. Yes, only they can see this. Only they can see this. So, keen listening listeners, I shouldn't be doing this at 11 o'clock, will have maybe recognized that sultry voice, and if he gets really, really close to the mic, may actually hear the mutton chops. But this here is Jeff, one of the three co-hosts of the very venerable, now 10-year-old Retro Game Squad podcast. So I've got John, now I've got you. Alex is the last, and then I got my hat trick, right?
That's what we need. We need the tripod. We need Alex to finish off the tripod. Cameras, people, cameras, not the other kind of tripod.
Oh, it's going to be one of those nights, huh?
I'll get more mature as I go, I guess. Hopefully. I didn't make any promises to Alex or John that I would be a good boy tonight. Therefore, who knows what you're going to get.
See, and normally I'm trying to hold back because the other co-hosts are very nice people. So this could be a very dangerous combination tonight. Let's see where this goes. So, for those who aren't familiar with the Retro Game Squad, Jeff, give us a brief rundown of your bona fides.
Well, I have two awesome co-hosts, Alex and John, and then myself. So I guess including me, I have three co-hosts if I include myself in the third person. But anywho, we... A little
Napoleon complex, always good, yes.
George is getting angry. George is getting upset. But we do a Retro Game Squad podcast, and it literally just started with, we're three just ordinary Joes that were like, hey, we like video games. Cool, let's get together and talk about them. And that's what we do. So we pick, 5 or 6 games, get together. We'll have played them before we record. And then we just kind of give you our breakdown on them, banter between the three of us, which is always fun because you have such a variety. Like, you have John, who is very smart, very creative, and very technical. You have Alex, who's like kind of the old wise persons that has played every NES game known to man and is brilliant at them. And then you have me, which I don't know where I fit in there, but I fit in somewhere.
You're comic relief. Just don't tell anybody.
Oh. He's got to tell my wife that because she doesn't laugh. So I don't know. I got to figure something out.
There's jokes there. I'm not going there. Okay, now. Dude, and I've gushed on this show before about the RGS. I've gushed about the great community you guys built originally on your forums and now on Discord. I mean, I would have never met Mads if not for you guys. So, yeah. I am super, super psyched to have you here. Basically, as far as I'm concerned, you're one of the rock stars of the retro podcasting community. And so I am looking forward to delving into this extremely massive episode. Unfortunately, we are on the eve of the crash. Everything building up this last year has been... Our count up to the crash is getting extremely hot this month. So we've got a lot to cover. But before we do that, our listeners know that this is the place where I say, Yeah, follow us on all the all the whatever it's called nowadays, media, whatchamacallits. Even got a Mastodon account now in case, Twitter completely implodes. All the links to that are in the show notes. And the standard reference here, of course, is you can also follow us on Patreon, just $1 a month. And that will get you cool stuff like the video version of our next segment, the 7 Minutes in Heaven, where our intrepid co-host must play a game that was reviewed in a publication dated November of 1982. Remember, we're always using the cover dates, not the actual dates of events happening when we talk about them, because we usually don't know when those actually happen. It's just a framing device. Please don't send me emails. And this month we had some real classics. I mean, arcade classics like Satan's Hollow, Burger Time, Jungle Hunt, Super Pac-Man, Q*bert. Console games like Casey's Crazy Chase or Zaxxon on the Colecovision. But we went with one of my all-time favorite games, and one that Jeff had never played before, which still astonishes me.
I wasn't made yet. I was still a thought. I was still being processed, if you will. I had a couple more years. I had at least 6 years.
You had 6 more years before. Okay, yeah. Well, and it is Mr. Do by Universal. So, Jeff, are you ready for some Do?
I wasn't born yet, but I'm still ready. Don't worry.
Excellent. Then let's get to it. Welcome back, Jeff, from your 7 Minutes in Heaven. So, for the uninitiated, how would you describe Mr. Do based on your time with the game?
Mr. Do is if Dig Dug and Pac-Man were stuck in a carnival together. And that's about it. That's
That's probably not a terrible way of describing it.
It was a lot of fun. I got to be honest. It was something I'm just not used to. I don't have a lot of experience with the 80s arcade years. I'm definitely a Model 2 1990s kid. So this was new for me, kind of trying a game like this. But I got to say, it was awesome. Very vibrant colors, a lot of greens and reds and stuff that really pulls your eye. Really catchy, fun, like little kind of cute chiptune-esque music to kind of match that carnival vibe, which you're either a clown or someone in pajamas. I'm not sure. Could be
you're
one
a
or the
clown.
other.
You're a little clown. Yeah.
In pajamas or just a clown?
A clown in a red and white clown costume. Yeah, with a little hat. So... Yeah,
he's adorable.
It kind of looks like pajamas when you say it like that.
But the game was great, man. It was fun, and I know I keep saying about the colors, man. Like the colors really sold it for me because they were just so bright and vibrant that it just kind of sucks you in. The carnival-esque theme, the music. But what you're doing is you have, I guess, these. The equivalent of like the ghosts from Pac-Man. So they're enemies kind of going around the screen, and they're trying to chase you down. If they run into you, they hit you and you die, just like Pac-Man. But the caveat here is you have an offensive maneuver, which is a ball, I guess you would say,
yeah.
An orb of such, and you can then throw that orb at the bad guys. But you do need to wait, as you were describing to me earlier. Gotta wait for it to either go its full course or have to wait for it to reset. There are things all throughout the map, though, that you can use, much like in Dig Dug, how you can make tunnels, thus causing the thing to drop. So, for example, there are apples and things like that you can have, if you dig correctly, will drop and then smush your enemy, and it makes a nice, satisfying little doot-doot, type 80s arcade noise, I guess. The generic but still endearing and quite lovely noise that it makes.
Yeah. It's an evolution, just like Dig Dug was, and I think a Gold Digger or Gold Miner was another game we talked about several months ago here on the podcast. It's an evolution, technically, of the Pac-Man style maze chase game, but now using the hardware capabilities of remembering which part of the field that you've already dug through, without having to have a fixed map.
That's insane to me that it's able to process that with no issues. Because the game runs really, really well, considering what is, now that I know, but considering what is going on in the background, like, that's ridiculous. That's crazy.
Yeah. It is a wonderful mesh of the technical capabilities allowing for a new type of gameplay.
For sure. Yeah.
And,
Do you know if, and this is just because I only got to level 2 because I'm not very good, but do you know if the items change? I know there's like cherries are in the first couple levels to pick up to get points, and you have the apples that drop. The apples seem like they're pretty much a staple though.
No, none of that actually changes as the game progresses.
I just had a crazy realization. They're caramel candy apples, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
So.
I thought they were just regular apples. Because look, they have like if you look at the apple, it has like almost like a brownish reddish top to it. They're candy apples. That's ridiculous. Oh my god, this game's amazing. That's so awesome.
We just found the thing that triggers Jeff.
Oh my gosh, that's fantastic. and much like Pac-Man, there's like that one, fruit that's in the middle of the board, and it seems that if you pick it up, it almost inverts the colors, which is cool, and then brings in these Cookie Monster looking enemies that want to eat everything. And if you time it right, you can have them eat the apples, and then you hit them after they eat the apples for big points, which is satisfying. But I just can't get over how satisfying this game is, and I just wanted to keep going. I am very disappointed I only got 7 minutes. It's
Yeah, that's the thing with the... Well, I mean, you can go back and play it as much as you want after this. But yeah, this is one of those games. There are no other items. It's really just the cherries and the apples, and the level layout is the only thing that changes.
Okay.
And of course, the difficulty ramps up. The speed gets faster. It becomes more hectic as you go along. And getting those extra points becomes more and more necessary because, you're going to run out of lives at some point. This is all still exist in other games, but this one doesn't have a continue. So pushing your luck to get the extra, because you got to get those 5 letters, is a really dangerous thing when everything's getting really hectic in the later levels. But you don't have a chance of survival if you're not doing that to get the high score. So, and then the game basically loops. Can't remember exactly how many levels are in the game. It's not a tremendous number. It starts to loop then, but it's just the old levels faster and faster and faster. It's your typical high score chasing game.
Going back to what you were saying though, it is interesting that you really do need to be aggressive, because if you're not aggressive enough, you won't get anywhere because you won't have the extra lives to do it. And I think that's a really, really good point. And that's something I think I started to notice towards the end of my playthrough was like, you really got to get the cherries. You really got to go for the big drops and see if you can get multiples of them with one apple and vice versa. But I really thought that was a cool and clever mechanic. I still just can't get over how much fun that was, is dropping an apple on the enemies,
Yeah.
It's just so satisfying. It really is.
Yeah, it is. And it's it's that really, really basic physics concept in the game, which just adds the longevity. It adds such a level of strategy because you're going to try to line it up so you get as many enemies as possible in a row to get those multipliers, to get those points. And a really good Mr. Do player is a spectacular thing to watch. It's
I bet.
Those guys, it's like watching, somebody who can clear every level of Pac-Man, with perfect score.
For sure.
So yeah. And Mr. Do does go on, gets a couple of sequels. Universal used him as a mascot for a while, at least for a couple of games. So there's Mr. Do's Castle, which is if you ever played Mappy, it has sort of a similar vibe to that. So it's no longer digging through dirt. You actually have these different floors, and you have to activate things on the on the floors, and you change the direction of staircases.
Oh wow! So it becomes more puzzle than it are. It's a little bit of a puzzle kind of game already because you're trying to navigate and have things hit at certain times. But that sounds like it's just that theirs goes to 11.
yeah. Mr. Doo's Castle is the game I've never been able to get into because it just kicks my ass so fast. I've seen people who play it brilliantly, but there's just so much going on and so much to take into account in that game that it just kicks my butt every time. It's a really good game. It's just hard as balls.
Yeah.
And then there was Do Run Run, which was a game where you're picking up stuff sort of Pac-Man-esque in this environment with hazards, and you're drawing a line to show where you've been. And I think I've only played it once briefly, so I don't know much about that. And and then there's Mr. Doo's Wild Ride. So these are all 80. This comes out 82. Then 83 is Mr. Doo's Castle. Run Run and Mr. Doo's Wild Ride are both 1984.
Wow.
And then there's a long break, and then they bring the character back in 1996 for Neo Mr. Doo, which I believe is an arcade game. It's an arcade game, but I believe it's running on the Neo Geo hardware.
That's fascinating. I have never heard. This was the first I even heard of the character was when we did this.
Oh.
So I find that interesting as how much of a mascot he was, and it just goes to show that I know absolutely nothing about the 80s.
Yeah, Neo Mr. Doo is basically a reimagining of the original game. So the one you just played. But I played it once. It didn't grab me because it's trying to it does so much with the graphics. And it basically just gets a little muddied. So it's not as nice and clean because it's trying to impress you with how many background images. So it's not just dirt, but they're using these very detailed background images, and it's just hard on the eyes. Unfortunately,
that's a shame because it sounds perfect. Like, hey, just take the original game, make it prettier. But I could see that. I could see that just being too much visually that it's hard to keep track because that is one thing I did notice is it's hard to. It is very fast paced for as simple as the design looks. It is a very fast paced game, and you really are on your toes the whole time, which just kind of I think adds to that excitement.
Yeah, and here I'm doing a screen share. I'll put a link to this in the show notes. You can actually see what the Neo Geo game looks like. Can you see that? Doing the screen
wow. Yeah, that is a lot.
Yeah,
that's too much.
Yeah, exactly. That's just it's visual vomit.
Yeah. No, it really is, man. Like I like the idea. I think that the visual aesthetic looks cool. It's you got to find a different way to do that. That's too much.
Yeah,
that's way too much.
Yeah, it's just terrible. Terrible. Just because you can put graphics on the screen doesn't mean you should put graphics on the screen.
Yeah. No, is he a skeleton? That's so bizarro. And the caricature of Mr. Doo looks weird. Like it looks like the natural evolution of how it would go, but I don't want it.
Exactly. Well, in the original game, and you didn't get to this, does have some cutscenes where you see close-ups of Mr. Doo.
Well, I apologize, listeners. I'm not that good. I'm just a baby. Yeah. Just a baby.
But, like I said, it's an evolution of Pac-Man in many, many ways. And, yeah, they could have done more. Universal, kind of, it gets caught up in the whole Crash thing, like everybody else.
And that's
so Mr. Doo doesn't evolve.
It's a shame because it's definitely one of those what ifs. You look at like the Pac-Man legacy or the Galaga. Their games have been around forever and they've always had these iterations and they've survived. So it'd be interesting to see what ifs.
Yeah. I don't even know who owns the rights at this point, but somebody's got to have them. Okay, so would you recommend this game to other players?
I would. I actually very much would. This really was a delight to play. I'm very happy I got to play it because I feel like it encapsulates the 80s arcade feel perfectly. And so if you had any type of a love for those, I think you'll feel at home. And if you're looking for something new that will kind of have that old school feel, I think this does it as well. So it's easy to pick up, hard to master. Highly recommend it. There's a lot of time you could spend with this game, and that's I definitely, like I said, I want more than 7 minutes. I feel like I was just starting to work my way down to the neck. We were doing basic kissing, and I was like, oh, and then now it's like, no, we're done, and it's like, all right, fine.
You are using the analogy of the 7 minutes in heaven in the most perfect way. Thank you, sir. You're actually the first person to do that, so
I'm
good
also
on
probably
you.
the most dirtiest mind you've had on here, so that helps.
At least the most honestly dirty one.
Yeah.
But now, see, you've had your first experience. The first game was good. Next time, I'm giving you a stinker. Okay.
All right. I see how it is. Okay. All right. Okay.
Just ask Mads at some point about Champions of the Raj. That's all I have to say. It's still got to be like the high watermark for the 7 minutes in heaven badness.
You have to find a game that John even says is bad. That's the one that I want.
Oh, that would be tough. That would be tough. Yeah. I mean, John will find the silver lining on everything, and I love him for that. But that is a challenge that I will have to accept. Okay. Okay, so we're done with 7 minutes in heaven. Before we turn on the time machine, we have one more stop, and that is to check in with our good friend Ethan for the Department of Corrections.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from
the Department of Corrections.
This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To accept charges, press 1. You may start the conversation now.
Welcome back to the Department of Corrections, Ethan. So, before you tell me everything that I got wrong in September...
Let's hold on. Let's hold on here. I don't have any comments for that guy. And I also just don't have anything to say. I think I got you on everything last time.
You got me.
I got you.
So you got me by not having anything to correct, huh?
Yep.
That's your guy.
No Department of Corrections this time. Go back to the show, Carl.
Okay, that was painless. See you next time.
Bye.
So, let's turn on the time machine and head back 60 years to 1962. Please insert your own sound effects because we ain't got one. So, welcome to 1962. Jeff, what's our first headline?
ENIAC, co-designer, predicts smartphones.
In a talk to the American Institute of Industrial Engineers, Dr. John W. Mockley, co-designer of the ENIAC, has envisioned pocket-sized computers that will allow people to identify themselves through wireless communication, connect to other computers, and allow for cashless payments of goods. He thinks his new 50-pound portable computer is a first step towards this computerized future that is just 10 years away.
Only 50 pounds. You'll get in shape while you use it. It's great.
Well, we have to remember, it's 1962. We do not have microchips yet.
So what, vacuum tubes and like hoses and stuff, I guess?
Well, they're at transistor level.
Okay.
But so the vacuum tubes are gone.
Okay.
But you're not, and the first prototypes of what will become microchips as we know them are there, but we don't have the microchip yet. So the fact that he's got a computer down to 50 pounds.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Is absolutely ridiculous. And everybody knows basically something along the lines of the microchip is coming.
Oh, wow. That's so exciting. Like,
yeah.
Man.
But what this guy envisions, and it's in a New York Times article. Remember, everybody, links to everything are in the show notes. He literally describes a housewife gets onto her computer at home, selects everything she needs from her shopping list, that message gets sent to the supermarket. She shows up at the supermarket, and there's going to be a box or a counter or something where she then takes out her pocket computer.
Oh, man.
Uses it wirelessly to identify herself, transfer the money, the box opens up, and there are her groceries.
Oh, wow.
And literally, this is how I go shopping at my local drugstore now. I just choose it. There's an automated box. I pull out my cell phone. It scans a barcode on my cell phone, and the box pops open. And I'm literally reading this going, whoa. Now, this guy is extremely overconfident about this, that this is going to happen within the next 10 years. And there was a story we reported on here a couple years ago now about how the original creators of ENIAC had gotten together at some point in the 70s, I believe, for an anniversary of the ENIAC. And they were talking about how they were disappointed that computers had not progressed as quickly as they had hoped. And this puts that speech into context in a way that I think these guys really were hoping that we would be moving forward more quickly. And it just didn't happen at the speed that they had hoped for.
They would be so disappointed with what we use phones for nowadays. It's like Candy Crush, Reddit, you know?
No, they'd be looking at it as going, what is an Elon?
I have Musk, but I think it's a different kind of Musk. That is crazy, though, that they had. I mean, they needed that confidence, though, I think. Because
of course.
There's just the whole idea of a computer was still just so foreign. I mean, are we talking still like computers were the size of rooms, or were they getting?
Oh yeah. Okay. I mean, well, not the size of a whole room, but you could fill up a room with a computer by having multiple elements to the computer.
Okay, gotcha.
And you still needed to have cooling systems to keep these things going and stuff. This was, this 62. We're still a decade away from the first semblance of something that you might have in the home.
Wow.
It's still teletype and stuff like that. So, yeah, no, this is quite literally around the same time that computer space is being born.
Interesting.
Yeah. No, not computer space. Space Wars. Space Wars, which is the first video game. Okay. So the idea of real-time computing isn't even it isn't even something that most computers can do. Most computers are still batch processing.
Gosh.
So yeah,
wow.
Yeah, but it's just so cool because he's seeing the integration of this and the common use of it, and that just it's really fascinating to read this article for that reason. But okay, moving on.
Honeywell shows off remote real-time computer interface.
Dr. Joseph J. Ickes demonstrated a new system that allowed him to use the telex telegraph system to type in commands directly to computers in far-off cities without needing to rely on pre-stored software.
Interesting. So almost like we're kind of almost like a client, like being able to remote desktop from it. Like,
exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what he's doing. Yeah. So this is basically this new system where he's using the telephone system. Now, not telephone, sorry. He's using the telegraph system, which in many ways makes more sense. So, all he needs is a keyboard that can convert each keystroke into the appropriate telegraph shorts. The beep, 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 beep,
right.
beep, beep.
Almost like a Morse code-esque kind of
exactly. It is Morse code, yeah.
Okay.
So if you can convert it into Morse code, it makes sense. That's like you don't need the modem's sound interpreter software based and processor heavy system. You're doing it over. You hit P and it does the appropriate whatever Morse code is for P.
Wow, that's fascinating.
Yeah, so it's a great way of using existing technology. And telegraph was still a pretty big thing in the 60s. I mean, you still had your singing telegraphs and telegrams and things like this. So, this is an interesting application. Obviously, it's not going to be the best long-term solution because the telegraph still has to, you need a certain amount of time for each pulse, which you can shorten if you're using encoded signals over audio. So you're never going to get a high baud rate using this system. But as a first demonstration of the tech, it's very, very cool.
Wow.
Yeah, and now a little side note here. Ickes was one of two U.S. Navy lieutenants who had been sent to inspect the Bletchley Park. I can never remember how to pronounce that. Bletchley Park bomb project, BOMBE, that ended up deciphering Enigma during World War II. So Bletchley Park was the British place where Turing and his cohorts were deciphering the Enigma, the Nazi Enigma box that was encoding the messages, and the U.S. was very interested in what was going on there. They were also financially supporting it in a big way. And these were the two U.S. Navy guys who went over to look at it and then also helped set up similar decoding stations in the United States after the tech had been developed.
Wow.
So, this guy has, he's a name in this type of computing. And so it's kind of cool, that he's still at it almost 20 years after the war.
Yeah, I didn't even that's a good point, because that was back in the 40s. We're now in the 60s, so some time has passed. That is cool, though. Yeah, that is wild. It's just crazy where you find the crossover when it comes to technology. He already had kind of a background in communications of some sort, whether it be deciphering and that puzzle game, and it seems like that's what it was at this time. It was very much a puzzle of like, I want to do this. How do we do this? But it didn't exist, so they had to come up with these super creative ways. That's just fascinating.
Well, also remember, this is during the period of the Cold War. So the idea of remote access to a computer, especially in case, let's say, of a nuclear attack, becomes extremely important. That's why the whole ARPANET thing even comes into being, decentralized network. If one city goes down, you can still access the computing power through other avenues. I'm guessing, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm guessing that the military applications of this kind of interface would have been obvious to a guy like Ickes.
Gotcha. Interesting.
Yeah. But okay, enough about the 60s. Let's turn on the time machine and head over to November of 1972. And again, we have no sound effect for this one. So, welcome to November of 1972. Jeff, what's our first headline?
Supreme Court rules software can't be patented.
The U.S. it's a tough one. The U.S. Supreme Court, in a 6-0 decision, has ruled that software can't be patented. The decision is based on the idea that the formulas that make up software programs are not compatible with the concept of a patent as a unique way of solving a problem, as they rely on the underlying computers the programs run on.
Interesting. So the real question is, did a company or a software company try and do the patent, hence why they were like, no, you can't patent this?
Oh, yes. There was a ton of attempts to patent software routines and software programs. And the question was, were they going to be patented? Were these, I get this mathematical result through software. Mm-hmm. Is that now an innovative way of solving a problem that deserves legal protection?
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah. Because, a patent is an innovative, non-obvious way of solving a problem, or doing a function. So you can have multiple ways of getting the same result. So you can have multiple patents that get you to the same place. Huh. And here the Supreme Court saying the software isn't doing anything on its own. It's basically just ordering the way that the chip is going to pass the electrons through it. And I'm oversimplifying, obviously. And therefore, you can't, the program itself doesn't do it because the same program may not perform the task on a different piece of hardware. If you have two different pieces of hardware with different versions of BASIC, for example, your BASIC code simply won't work. Or in a worst case scenario, it may give you a completely different result because that command may not do the same thing on a different piece of hardware, especially at this point in time. Because by the time you get to the U.S. Supreme Court, your case has probably been going through the system for 10 years.
Wow.
So you're probably talking about stuff from the 60s where everything was custom hardware. There are no real hardware systems, or very few at this point. So the idea that, this piece of code will do the same thing on every piece of hardware, aka send a piece of JavaScript through the right interpreter on each system so it does the same thing on a Mac as it does on a PC as it does on a cell phone, wasn't a concept yet.
Wow.
So, having the software as independent and being protected, they're like, no, that's just too far-fetched. Now, the solution that ends up coming out into patent law is that software can be patented indirectly today by using language such as a computer instructed to do X, Y, and Z will get you this result. And this is how we do have quasi-software patents. And this is what, when Motorola went under, or no, not Motorola. What was the Scandinavian cell phone company that was huge in the 90s and 2000s?
I want to say Nokia, but it's probably
Nokia.
not.
Yeah,
Is
Nokia.
it okay. Yeah.
When they went under, and Microsoft, I think, is the one that bought up the remains. The reason they bought them was all these patents that were primarily software patents, but also some hardware patents for how to do this stuff. Because this way, they could fight off battles from other people. So all these companies, Apple, Google, Microsoft, etc., have these software patents that are connected to hardware, obviously, through this language that, they're like, oh, you want to sue us for stealing something? Here's 50 patents that you guys are violating of us. And it's this constant back and forth.
Oh, boy.
But so, here they could have put an end to it. They could have just said it irrespective of the hardware, and we wouldn't have had the patent issue. But we do have the patent issue because as long as you connect it to the hardware properly, then you can still get a patent on it. Yay!
Interesting. That's fantastic and way over my head. Cool.
To a certain extent, even my head, but still, it's an interesting milestone because we're starting to see that the legal community, the legal structures of the country have to start adapting to this brand new type of intellectual property that is unlike any other intellectual property before it.
Sure.
And we've covered other cases here like Karate Champ and stuff like that, but this is just, a nice early one that it still officially stands as a valid case today.
Wow. That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Very cool.
But okay, moving on.
IBM uses games to teach politicians and businessmen to be bastards.
Exactly. IBM has developed a computer game called Metropolis that allows players to learn how to manage urban planning, gerrymandering, and other fun, practical skills in a way that is more effective than simple lectures.
God damn it. That's awful, and I hate this.
So they're actually running these games, if you will, with groups of actual politicians, businessmen, and they also throw in a couple of activists, community organizer type people, and it's just to see, well, what happens if we do this? What is the effect on the air quality of the city if we do this? And and it's literally just teaching them, well, what's the most effective way of fucking things over. It's using computer simulations to show how badly you can, screw quality of life up.
Sure.
And,
like how many corners can you cut before it actually affects, or I can save $1 here if you let this get to this point. I mean, it's that's dangerous. Yeah. That's so dangerous too, because you didn't. I don't know if you had that gap yet. It's like to them it probably feels. To them, it probably feels so real. I mean, you're stuck in the 70s. There weren't like home video games yet. So you're bringing in these people that have no fucking idea like about video games or like, and that's I'm literally scratching my head right now. You can see it, but they can't see it. But yes, that's.
Well, and this isn't unprecedented, and we've talked about this on the show several times now.
Okay.
Even in the late 60s, there are these computer simulations for businesses and stuff that are being run by companies like IBM, as a training tool, these simulations. But this one is just so crass, and it's it's like, well, what happens if we gerrymander the district this way? How can we control the political decisions and stuff?
Oh, good lord!
And it is kind of dystopian. It's like SimCity, but bastard version.
Is it bad that I want to play it?
Oh no, it's not, because I'd love to get a copy of this software so bad. I searched, I couldn't find a copy. If anybody out there knows where we can find a copy of this to run it, please send it, because this would be a totally awesome special episode. Okay.
I promise I will not turn into a real life politician after playing it. You have my word here.
Okay, some happy news now from 72.
Sounds good. Let's do it. Nutting gives award to top distributor.
Nutting Associates has awarded Bob Portale of Portale Automatic Sales an award for racking up the largest number of sales of Nutting's Computer Space game. Now, Computer Space...
I'm hoping that's someone's last name, by the way, and they just didn't pull a name out of the hat, because Nutting could... Today's world, it doesn't sound great. Let's just be honest.
Nutting is a last name.
Thank God.
Yeah. So Nutting Associates is obviously the company that releases Computer Space, which was designed by Syzygy, which would later be known as Atari.
Oh, wow.
And
okay.
Computer Space is that cool, funky first arcade video game that is sort of a riff on Space Wars, which we just mentioned in our 62 jump briefly. And it is... The common myth is that the game was not popular, that it was a fail, because it didn't immediately start a giant wave of computer games. But apparently it does well enough that, they're handing this award out. It does, they don't say no to the next games. And, Pong is probably being released in November of 72. We won't see it until a little bit later because of the publication dates and stuff.
Oh, wow.
But Pong is coming. The Odyssey is already out as well.
Oh, wow. So it seems like there was a lot of stuff already kind of, unfortunately, overshadowing, or is going to soon be overshadowing, what you have with Computer Space. Yeah, so
yeah, well, Computer Space is just probably a little too complicated for the average bar goer, but it does find its audience in other places.
Okay, that's cool.
And this is why it's just a very special game. If you've never seen the cabinet for it, you have to look at it. It's this absolutely cool space age fiberglass thing that sparkles.
Awesome.
Have you ever seen the movie Soylent Green?
Soylent Green is people. People are Soylent Green. Yes, yeah. I have seen Soylent Green. Yes.
Okay. When Charlton Heston goes to that super deluxe apartment where the woman is part of the furniture, when he first walks in, she's playing an arcade game, and that is Computer Space.
That's fantastic.
So go back and rewatch that. That scene is great. but there's a computer space standing there. It's really
that's
cool.
great. Definitely.
And she's
definitely
playing it alone, which you can't really do with computer space, at least not the original version. But oh well. Okay, that's enough for the 70s. Let's turn on the time machine, and this time with special effects, and let's check out what was going on 40 years ago in November of 1982.
Technology is 1982. Electronic video games. Entertainment retail sales have been generally lackluster. There is so much money to be made.
Welcome to November of 1982. Jeff, what's the first of so I'm sorry.
Well, first, the arcade industry financials split.
The spread between winners and losers in the video game space is becoming evident in the latest round of financial reporting by arcade game makers. While Bally saw their third quarter 1983 ending in September, revenue rise year over year from $224 million to $394 million, Centauri saw their year-over-year third quarter ending in July, revenue drop from $14 million to just $2.2 million, generating a loss of almost $2 million. Centauri has purchased a sporting goods wholesale company in order to stabilize their revenues since video games are such a volatile business.
Damn, that is a huge amount of loss. Like in 82, hell, I'd be happy with $1 million, so I'm going to consider that a lot. But we're talking 82, they're losing that much. What's crazy, though, is that Bally...
83. 82. Yeah, sorry. 82. You're right.
Okay.
Yeah, I said third quarter of 83. I meant third quarter of 82. So, yeah. My bad.
Oh, okay, cool. But that's just fascinating to me is that Bally still, from a numbers, the revenue went up. They were doing better. Bally was looking good, but to have the other Centauri have that much, that's such a big drop. That's huge.
Because Bally's got Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man.
Wow. And they were that big, I guess, that they really kind of...
Well, what's happening is, and we're going to talk a little bit more about this in the next story as well, the days of every video game is going to find a place and get quarters dumped into it are over.
Wow.
People are now more discerning. They want to... The big hits are huge hits. Everything else is going to be also ran after a couple of months.
Wow.
And so unless you've got a huge hit, you've got nothing. And Centauri is just one of these companies that this year hasn't really produced a game anybody wants to play. I mean, not in any major sense. And it's interesting that they're buying a sporting goods wholesaler, and they're literally explaining in the trades they're doing this because, we got to stabilize our income. We cannot continue hoping for a hit.
Right.
It's just too volatile. And, yeah. And this is a trend, not just these two companies, they're just the ones being reported, but this has been a trend now for the last few months as the reports are coming in. The companies with hits are making a ton. The companies with no hits are basically being left behind.
That's crazy, though. Hey, guys, sports. I guess sports will always be there, though. It's not a bad. It's a good fallback. If I was, I was running a store, but I also like sports, so I'd probably be like, it's our chance, finally.
And they're not even doing retail; they're doing whole-sale. So that's another layer of another layer of hopefully less risk. Less overhead. You don't have the storefronts. You don't have the high rent and all this other stuff. So
yeah, that's wild. But that's kind of interesting because that leads us into our next headline, which is Coinop income per game plummets.
The slowdown in the Coinop biz was evident in Trade Magazine Cashbox's annual operator survey. According to respondents, weekly income from video games dropped from an average of $100 per machine in 1981 to just $71 in 1982. Pinball also saw a decline from $50 to $33, and cocktail video game tables declined from $88 to $59. Pool tables and jukeboxes also suffered declines, but not nearly as serious. Much of the blame is being placed on a series of blockbuster movies hitting theaters over the summer, reversing several down years at cinemas, and of course competition from home gaming. Video was the king of new operator acquisitions, with the average operator buying 111 new video games to an average of just 10 new pinballs.
Interesting. As a big fan of pinball and jukeboxes and billiards and pool tables, that hurts. That hurts to know that they were like... And you know what? It's crazy because I don't see many billiards places anymore either. Like, I know that's not really relative to this. I mean... No, it is. It is relevant. It is relevant because, a lot of pool tables are coin operated. Sure.
So they are competitors in that sense. But you also have to remember a pool table requires so much floor space.
Yep. Absolutely.
I mean, it's not just the table itself, but how much is around it. And then when you calculate how long you're playing for, let's say, 50 cents for a game, as opposed to how many quarters does that relatively small real estate of a video game take up, the question for the operator, these are the guys who are putting these machines in locations. How do you balance that out? Now, the other thing to remember here is pool tables last a lot longer than an arcade game.
Sure.
And in 82, as games, so many games are coming on the market, and so few games have lasting power to attract people in. People are just getting tired of the game sometimes within a month or two.
Oh, wow.
The question now becomes, can you get the return on investment? You're buying all these video games. Are you going to be able to get a return on investment? And the prices of the games are going up. This is before the interchangeable game innards market is just beginning to get started in 82. So you're not just buying an arcade PCB. You're buying the whole damn cabinet with the screen. You're spending a couple grand. If you're only making $71 a week off of it.
Yeah.
Now, granted, that's the average. So, you got a lot of less older machines that are not earning that much. But still, how many weeks does this $2,000 machine have to be on location before you made bank? And remember, you're still splitting probably 50-50 with the location.
Yeah, and you're probably paying, I'm assuming, the person for even, you're kind of renting the machine, so they're paying some sort of a monthly payment, I'm sure, on this, and it's not making you money yet.
Well, they're not renting it, but yeah, they're making payments. They bought it on credit.
Okay, gotcha. That's just, it's a gamble.
It's a huge gamble. And
wow.
This brings us to a little side note here, because mega distributor Ira Bettelman, this California distributor, he's huge. They're the middlemen between the manufacturers and the operators.
Okay.
Says that a wave of bankruptcies that is currently occurring in the industry is a result of bad credit practices over the previous 2 years during the boom, and that the new wave of purchases are coming from operators replacing machines in existing locations as opposed to placing games in new locations. This was the thing that was happening during the boom. There was always a new pizza parlor that didn't have a game yet. Or there was a new 7-Eleven that didn't have a game yet. Or there was a new supermarket that didn't have a game yet. And if you're putting a device in a location for the first time, the people who frequent there that are going to be dropping coins, they're not used to another game being there before. Now, if you're going to replace a game, the new game has to be better than the old game.
Sure. Otherwise, it's, you got rid of this for this crap. You're never going to touch it.
Exactly. Yeah. And this change means that third and fourth tier games no longer cut it.
Oh,
interesting. The new games have to be better than the games that they are replacing, leading to many distributors not wanting to stock games that aren't bona fide hits, but the manufacturers have to keep production going and their designers paid while hoping for the next big hit.
Oh, man.
So you've got the distributor's now going, well, we can't find an operator who wants to take your third class game.
Yeah.
But the designers are working on these games. They're getting paid money. They don't know if a game is a hit until they've actually finished it. And you can't just shut down the production line, which we talked about over the summer. A lot of them started to do this. Sega had to shut down their production line for a while because the sales just weren't there. The orders weren't there. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so this is becoming a pretty big problem. Bettelman also mentions, as do others, and there's this big thing in Cashbox. It's like a 5-page special this month, and link is in the show notes to this issue, where they're basically talking about how the bubble is bursting, and everybody's trying to figure out what do we do next. The first few months of the year were still bombastic. That's when we still had Miss Pac-Man and stuff. And the last 3 to 4 months have been a massive drop. So if you consider what we just talked about with Centurai's numbers, or the average was $71 per week in 82. Well, that's the average for the entire year, but the first couple months of the year were still boom times.
Okay.
So at this point, we're probably way below that $71 going into October, November.
Wow.
Per machine. And it's continuing to drop. Former AMOA president Don Van Brackle says, and the AMOA is the Association for the Operators, and the presidents only get a 1-year term. Everybody can go check out my interview with Trucano, who was the AMOA president in 91. Really nice guy. He was also an operator at this time. Says his collections for the last 3 months are 50% lower than those a year earlier, and this guy is predicting the end of video Coinop. So this is an old school guy who's been at it since the 50s, and he's like, well, I remember when we had the bingo machines, and those went away, and I remember the shuffle alleys, and those have pretty much gone away, and I remember, and he's like, video, that's just over. Obviously, he's wrong there.
Thank God.
But the fact that he's making 50% less than the year before, and the hardware keeps getting more expensive, and you have to replace it more often. I'm old enough to remember this period of time. I remember going to the supermarket, Safeway in my town in Seattle, and there was always an arcade cabinet. You went into the next supermarket, there was an arcade cabinet. Everywhere you went, there were arcade cabinets standing. And obviously, there's only so many quarters to be played, but now you're spreading those out over so much hardware that it's just no longer tenable. And the final little bit I wanted to say here from this Cashbox article was 45% of the operators reported buying no used video game equipment in 1982, a number that has risen for 3 straight years.
Wow. So if it's not new, I don't want it, pretty much.
Exactly.
And it makes sense. Like, there's just no point. Your space is at such a minimum. You only have enough capital, or okay, you got to make your money back, so you're gonna only go. You need to go for the most financially the smart decision there. So it's that's crazy. It's wild.
Well, and also remember and on top of all of that, the game. It's not just that the people are fickle; it's that the technology is evolving so rapidly at this point.
Yeah.
We talked about this in the 7 Minutes in Heaven. Mr. Do would not have technically been possible a year earlier, probably. At least at least not in the type of hardware price category. I mean, you could have done it on a really powerful computer or something, but you weren't going to be able to pull it off on a machine that you could put in an arcade or on the street. So the type of game experience you can get keeps getting better and better and better. The technological side of it is getting more and more impressive. So the differences between games from the year before and this year's games are sometimes so dramatic that it just looks like you're looking at something from a previous generation. And it's only been 12 months, you know?
That's just so, I mean, we don't even, if you think about it, even, you know, I know there's a lot more that goes into the current generation of video games, but, I mean, just imagine if you had a new game every, like, before the year's up, you've already got, forget about this one, this is coming out. I mean, it's just crazy. It's like they push themselves too fast almost to the point where they kind of like made the old shit just they made it obsolete so fast that nobody it's fascinating because I have no knowledge of this time, you know. I really don't. I'm super ignorant of it, and it's so awesome to learn all this and to know just how much shit was going on behind the scenes in terms of the industry. I mean, it's, you know, that's just mind-blowing. It's just, wow. Well,
and you also have to remember, the United States is, and this is an American phenomenon, largely. You don't really have this type of boom in Europe and in Japan it takes on a very different shape. Because you don't really have the street locations in the same way. The United States is going through a very serious recession at this point. Okay. People are desperate for something that's going to make them money. And so the idea of getting into this and being your own boss and being an operator, and the video games are the big boom, attracted so many people that put so much of their life savings into this stuff that's not going to go anywhere. And it's, there's a lot of that element in this story.
That's crazy.
But yeah.
Ooh, this next headline's a fun one. It's I can tell you I at least know this company and I know the game. Bally holds Pac-Man licensee conference.
In a sign of just how big the Pac-Man phenomenon has gotten, Bally held a 2-day conference in Chicago for about 100 Pac manufacturers, aka licensees making Pac-Man branded product. With over 500 different products featuring the character already in production, this cottage industry looks to keep raking in the money for years to come.
Oh, Pac-Man.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And I know we had mentioned this the other day. We were kind of doing our pre-check-in to get ready. But they made a song. Like, there's a fucking song. It was that big that there is a song that was huge. It was a pop culture, like, to me, what still is fascinating is that if you didn't even play Pac-Man, I feel like everyone knows what Pac-Man is. You know, it's become such a pop culture icon that it's, even if you didn't play video games, you know what a Pac-Man is. It's the little yellow guy that eats the pellets. Like, everyone knows that. That joke's been made for forever. So that's just crazy. So if I'm understanding this correctly, they had a 2-day convention to just go over the people selling their shit and making sure that it was proper, or are they trying to sell their shit? Like, oh, you could buy this Pac-Man cigarette machine. You could buy this Pac-Man.
I think it was... I don't have a lot of details on this, but my understanding is that it's basically just all these people that Bally's doing business with, getting them under one roof to, you know, help them maybe brainstorm, do a couple of, you know, panel discussions, you know, how are we using this? Where's the future of it? And also to introduce them to the new Pac games, because they've just recently introduced the first Pac-Man pinball game, where that's the theme of that was Pac-Man marries Miss Pac-Man. That's going to lead us to Pac-Man Jr., the game. We've got Super Pac-Man coming out. As we'll see in the next story, there's another variation of Pac-Man coming. They've been using Pac-Man and everything. The cartoon show just dropped. So now you've got a whole new layer of the imagery that can be exploited. Namco, and remember, this was originally a Namco game, but Namco sold the U.S. distribution license. Miss Pac-Man, Super Pac-Man, all this stuff is Bally-produced goods, independent of Namco. My understanding is Namco doesn't touch the license again until they make Pac-Land. which
Holy
is
crap.
based off the cartoon show. It's the jump and run, move from the left to the right of the screen, using the theming loosely, because there's no fairies in that one, but oh well, loosely using the theming and the imagery of the cartoon show. So,
wow.
This is just insane, but this is also why Bally is showing, $90 million revenue.
Sure.
In 1982. The question is Pac-Man the next Mickey Mouse and will be here for generations, or is it only going to stay as popular as the games are popular? And if you've ever played Super Pac-Man, that's not quite the same quality game as Ms. Pac-Man. And basically, Ms. Pac-Man is going to be the high watermark in every Pac-Man iteration. After that is diminishing returns. But, at this point in time, nobody knows that yet.
That's just, oh man. I wanna just live in that moment for a bit of just like Pac-Man still being that big. Because, when I grew up, it was Pac-Man that's the game my parents played. That's the game that was before me, but I knew about it and I liked it. I was very lucky. My mom and dad's friend had a Pac-Man and a Galaga machine in his house.
Oh wow!
So I got to. So I mean, that's a lot of my exposure to this era was just that, was playing on his arcade cab in the basement. And Miss Pac-Man's amazing. That is a great game. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it started out as an enhancement kit for Pac-Man, which, leading to our next story.
Bally advertises Pac-Man enhancement kit. Not that kind of enhancement.
It's a kit. No. Oh, it's going to be one of those nights. After playing whack-a-mole with illegal enhancement kits and even turning one into their hit game Ms. Pac-Man, Bally has finally relented and is now advertising their own kit, which speeds the game up and adds new surprises like disappearing maze elements.
Ooh. So this would have been, and once again I apologize for my ignorance, this would have been a separate or pretty much what became Miss Pac-Man? Or is it completely
this
separate?
Is after Miss Pac-Man. So Pac-Man comes out in 1980.
Okay.
Ms. Pac-Man comes out in 81.
Okay.
And Ms. Pac-Man was originally supposed to be an add-on board by a third party.
I see.
Called Crazy Auto. Okay. And that company basically gets shot down in court for a previous add-on board. And Bally then buys it, and they rejigger the graphics. They add the little storyline with Ms. Pac-Man, and they release it as Ms. Pac-Man.
Okay.
And now, though, the problem is, so like I said, you're buying the whole cabinet. And the idea of upgrading the games to maintain their profitability is still a relatively new concept.
Okay.
But these add-on kits, these modification kits, are abundant. There's a ton of companies that are making illegal modification kits for all the major games, Missile Command, Defender, whatever. Mm-hmm. And usually it's just something simple like a slight change in the graphics or speeding it up, overclocking the chips to make the game more difficult. Because most of these games don't have, like if you go into MAME in most games nowadays, you can activate the operator menu where you can change, speed or number of lives and all this stuff. Most of these games don't have those kind of options.
Oh, wow.
Or they're very, very limited options. So you get the game the way it was delivered by the factory. So if you've got your Pac-Man machine at the local bowling alley and you start to see the revenue drop because people are just getting too good at it and it's boring, or they're staying on the game too long so you're not putting in enough quarters, well, if you put in this add-on chip that makes the game 25% faster, now suddenly people are going through the quarters faster. And so the enhancement kits were basically there to make the games better earners.
Interesting. So it's almost it's kind of it's the same shady bullshit the game companies do now too, in a way of like, Like their bottom line is how can we get more money out of the consumer?
Exactly.
And I hate it, but I fucking respect that. Don't hate the player, hate the game. I get that. That's cool.
and this is what they're going to do. So they've been listening. They're like, okay, you've got your old 2-year-old Pac-Man machine. If you still have it sitting around, pop in this. We'll give you a new marquee, and it's going to be called Pac-Man Plus. Wow. And they're stealing an idea from Casey Munchkin, which was the Pac-Man ripoff for the Odyssey 2, for the Odyssey 2, which had these disappearing walls and stuff. And so that's one of the elements that they're adding to their Pac-Man Plus. Now, you've probably never seen Pac-Man Plus. It's only shown up, I think, on 1 or 2 compilations. It's not a great addition. It is basically taking what was a beautiful, simple idea, and it's muddying the waters.
To equivalent of Mr. Do for the Neo Geo, the Neo Mr. Geo you were talking, kind of like that? Well, it's
not muddying the waters in the sense that you can't see what's on the screen, because it's not really upgrading the processor or anything.
Okay.
Or at least not doing anything major to it. I don't know the tech specs. Mm-hmm. But it's just, by making the walls disappear, for example, it's not Pac-Man anymore. Suddenly invisible walls just make the game a pain in the ass.
That's fantastic. Oh, I love it. Oh, yeah. That's so great.
Yeah, so this is why there's, at a certain point, you can't take that simple Pac-Man concept and do anything to it without destroying the magic of it being such a perfect, simple concept. Miss Pac-Man does it, because all it did was changes the mazes, so it's not always the same maze, but you still see the entire maze in one hit. The ghosts get slightly smarter, if you will, which is great. The speed, it gets faster, quicker, and it adds the cutscenes. You're not destroying the perfection that is that game design. You're just adding a little bit to it.
Totally makes sense.
The moment you make the game about memorizing where the wall was pixel by pixel, because now you can't see the wall, but your Pac-Man stopped and now you have to remember, can I go up and can I go down? You've made it a different type of game. There's not necessarily a bad game, it's just not Pac-Man.
Sure, it's like you're saying, it's just more complex. For better or for worse, and for some, they might love that. Some people may say, oh, I love it. It's more difficult. There's more to it now. But I'm kind of with you. There's something really beautiful about the original Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man. It's just so simple, but yet so challenging. And you just run away from the ghost, eat the pellets. Okay, I get that. That's easy. That's easy. Well, I can do that.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever played Pac-Mania? That was the 3/4 angled view game that they made at the end of the 80s?
Possibly. I played the Pac-Man compilation that came out recently.
Okay.
And it was there's a lot of different ones on there, but unfortunately there was a pretty bad input lag, which for Pac-Man, it's kind of this isn't doable.
Yeah, that's a game breaker then.
So I haven't played many of them. I did Miss Pac-Man and Pac-Man for a little bit, and that was about it.
Well, Pac-Mania basically converted the maze to a 3/4 view and gave you the option of jumping. So you can now jump over him, which is great. The only problem is you can't see the entire maze in one hit. So if you missed a pellet on the other side of the maze, you don't know on what corner it is. You got to go through the entire maze again to find it. And it's a fun game. It works fundamentally really well. It's just that only has to happen to you 1 or 2 times, where now you're hunting around to see where did you miss that one pellet, and it just breaks the fun of the game.
Oh, absolute buzzkill for sure.
Yeah, because that information isn't readily available the way it was with the original Pac-Man. You never guessed where the pellets were. They were these nice big yellow dots.
Yeah.
And this is why you can break a game so easily by doing something like this.
Sure.
But oh well. So they're going to keep the old Pac-Man units alive for a little bit longer. The operators will be happy. Blah blah blah.
Well, I got to say, I like the next thing that we're going to talk about too. It's my 2 favorite things. So the bowling alleys second guess video games.
An editorial in the Bowler's Journal magazine has labeled video games the, quote, subway to doom, end quote, just a year after proclaiming them, quote, a rocket to money heaven, end quote. This is how fast the boom and bust has happened.
It's just so dramatic. I love it. It's so fucking dramatic.
Only bowling alley owners could be this passionate.
Of course,
Because,
yes.
nothing spells passion like a bowling alley. The massive explosion of arcades, which, according to the article in Detroit alone, went from 17 arcades in 1980 to 3,545 in mid-1982. Oh, yeah. This gives you an idea.
That's just in Detroit, right?
That's just in Detroit. And these are just arcades. We're not talking about machines on location in other in bars and stuff. Okay, you need to understand how big the boom was. Has made the investment in games as a side hustle for bowling alleys an untenable proposition, especially with the ever-increasing costs of machines. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. So if you were somebody who played arcade Coinop games or Coinop games in the 90s, bowling alleys were one of the few locations you could find them.
That's where I played pole position. I remember that very vividly as playing pole position at the Mount Airy bowling alley that I used to go to as a kid all the time. Duck pin bowling, by the way. Awesome. A lot of fun. Highly recommend it. Total side tangent.
No, perfectly okay. I spent way too many quarters. There was an OG unmodified Street Fighter II at Sunset Bowl in Ballard, part of Seattle.
Oh, that's awesome.
And 25-cent play. I used to go in there all the time, and I dropped my 2 quarters, and Guile or Blanca, always switch between the two. But they also had a Star Trek: The Next Generation pinball. They had a Tekken 1 with the big screen, where you were like separated by a couple feet from the screen with the controllers.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They even had a Cowboys of Moo Mesa, which, that arcade game is just bizarre that exists. Okay, but the deal here is they just cannot compete. I mean, bowling alleys we're trying to bring in the people with, they seem like a natural place to put video games, but, a bowling alley is not used to having to buy new equipment every few months.
Sure.
They're like, you make your one giant investment in the building and everything else, and then you just maintain it for decades.
Sure.
And this is just a business model, and this is going to be a running theme today. Video games are a different business model to a lot of other business models, but the people getting into video games, be it the bowling alleys, be it unemployed people who are trying to make a buck, be it toy retailers, etc., do not really know what they're getting themselves into. And that is going to be a problem. And we're seeing here, I mean, they're like, get out, do whatever you can, get out. After the crash, they will be one of the few sources for Coinop games. They will be using that as a side hustle to keep bowling alleys alive, even though there's virtually no bowling alleys left.
Right.
But yeah, so it's just interesting to see these numbers, and they're just like, what, let somebody else have this hassle. It's not for us.
And that makes sense, like you're saying, because they're already dealing with maintenance already with owning a bowling alley, running the bar, doing the machines. That I could see, yeah. But it's hard to not think of bowling alley and arcade games together, because just that's what I knew growing up. That was one of the only places that I would go have a chance to play arcade games if it wasn't at an actual arcade. The only other place really was that or the Kmart. That was about it. But that's crazy. Also,
I know.
Subway to Doom, I dibs on that for a band name. That's fucking awesome.
The Subway to Doom. I freaking love that line. Yeah.
It's just so dramatic. That's fantastic.
Oh, speaking of arcades, though, next story.
Atari Video Adventure opens.
Atari has partnered with Marriott's Great America theme park in Santa Clara, California, to open a highly stylized 2,200 square foot arcade at the park. The arcade is phase 1 of 3 with an Atari store carrying all of Atari's home games, computers, and merchandise being phase 2, and phase 3 being a history of video gaming museum with interactive displays showing the promise of video technology for the future.
That is a vacation I want to go on. That sounds awesome. Like, oh my God, did this ever get made? Please tell me this existed.
They built
God.
it. They built all 3 of them, and as far as I can tell, it was in operation until 1990.
Oh, wow. Oh, that would be so cool.
Yeah.
Especially because, like, they're dealing with everything, you know, which is smart is that they're selling their own stuff. Which is brilliant. I mean, that's like going to
I
Disney
don't know
and
if
buying...
I don't know if the store survived that long because, as we will see within a very short period of time, Atari as such will cease to exist.
That's true.
I mean, yeah. So as such, it's not going to disappear entirely. Don't send me hate mail. But it will cease to exist as such. So I don't know how the branding changed. The little bits of information I could find about this were just some press photos and some artist sketches of what it will look like. So they predate it. But I haven't been able to find any, pictures of what this place looked like, let's say in 85 or 86. And I would love to find out. So if anybody out there knows or can get me in touch with anybody who worked there during this period, I'd love to interview that person just to find out, what happens after the crash with the store, what happens after the crash with the museum, what happens after the crash with the arcade. But, that is apparently a mystery that we may discover. It may show up in a news report at some point in the next couple of years, and we'll revisit this. But as of right now, I haven't been able to find any information on it.
That would be a really cool. I would love to read that in the news. Just unearthed. We unearthed this merchandise and not merchandise, but just the branding, like you're saying. That's. Because you think it's got to have Atari plastered everywhere. It's got to have the look. It's got to have that style of the 3 lines and the that's
the Mount Fuji, the stylized Mount Fuji. Yeah, because Atari is a word from the Japanese game Go.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so
I'm
Atari
getting so alert. This is great.
Yeah, Atari. I think it's people say it's like the equivalent of saying check. As in checkmate in chess, but I've heard from other people that's not even close. And as somebody who doesn't really know how to play Go, or I know the basic rules, but it's way beyond me. I'm not even going to start that. But Nolan Bushnell was a huge Go player, or is a huge Go player still. So that's why Atari is is a word from Go. And that's why the 3 lines are supposed to represent Mount Fuji.
That is so cool. Thank you for...
You're very welcome.
I am very happy to have learned that. That is very cool.
There you go.
Neat. But I learned something else, and that's Sega/Gremlin becomes Sega Electronics Incorporated.
David Rosen has announced that the video game division of Sega Gremlin will henceforth be known as Sega Electronics Inc., in order to better promote the name Sega, which is gaining ground in the home game space as well as arcades, and to make the name less awkward.
All I can think of is the car when I hear Gremlin, which is terrible.
Well, Gremlin, and this is where Ethan... our warden of the Department of Corrections, he's been working on a book about the history of Gremlin. Because they were, as far as I understand it, and he'll be able to correct me, it was an independent company before it basically merges with Sega. Okay. And Sega is a weird history anyway because it starts out in the 1950s in Japan by Americans because it's service games. They're importing basically used coin-operated games for use on U.S. bases in Japan.
Oh,
and then it starts spilling out of the bases, and then the company gets bought up. It belongs to a bunch of mega corporations at different times. It's a whole confusing thing. Good friend of the show, Alex Smith, did a whole history of the Sega name on his podcast, They Create Worlds. I'll put a link to that in the show notes. It's way more confusing than it needs to be. So the Sega Genesis is a very different company than these other Segas that come before it.
Sure.
But yeah, so they're basically at this point eliminating the name Gremlin. They're just, the old Gremlin is gone. And we talked about this a few months ago. They've been running TV ads for Zaxxon, the arcade game, which, as we just mentioned, just got a port to the ColecoVision. And those ads did not say Sega Gremlin. They just said Sega. So they basically decided we're going to simplify things. We're going to be promoting the name Sega. And that's where this just makes it official.
Very cool.
And for our UK listeners, this Gremlin has nothing to do with Gremlin Graphics, the UK publisher of games, which does not exist yet at this point, but was originally a computer store, and I think that computer store may already exist, I may be a year off.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Cool.
Okay. Now, I think we're done with the arcades. It's time to move on to consoles. It's time to do the count up to the crash. What's our first story?
Kid Stuff Record Company, parent to get into games.
IJE Distributing, the parent company of record label Kid Stuff, has announced a lineup of video games to be introduced at Toy Fair in February under the label The Great Game Company. They have powerful licenses such as Family Feud, Jeopardy, Password, Tic-Tac-Dough, Joker's Wild, and Wheel of Fortune to turn into VCS titles.
That's a good Family Feud and Jeopardy. I know those two. They're still big. Had to have been big back then. That would have been with the guy from Running Man. Was he still? Is that? Oh God, I can't remember his name.
Yeah, the guy who always
kisses everybody.
Kissed everybody. Yeah.
Yes, I showed that to Amanda, and she's like, "Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's weird."
Yeah. And all of these were game shows on television. And again, this is something that's hard to understand. Game shows back in the 80s were huge.
Massive. For as ignorant as I am about the 80s and everything else, I can tell you that for certainty that fucking huge. Like, Americans we love games. We still do, I think. I still think
to a much lesser extent, yeah. It's whenever the economy goes down, game shows, essentially the promise you could get big money, become more popular.
Interesting. That makes sense.
As soon as the economy gets better again, game show popularity drops. It's just a cycle.
Yep.
And so we're coming off of bad economic times in the 70s, bad economic times in the early 80s. Game shows are huge. And the interesting thing here is, of course, the crash is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
These games will never appear on the VCS.
Do you think they could have?
Oh, no. The market was just too broken. Now, the interesting thing here is because these guys are selling kids' records already, they know what the toy market looks like. These guys are deep in toy retail.
Mm-hmm.
They pull out. They don't go forward with this. But IJE will ultimately spawn another game company called Game Tech.
Ah, okay.
And they would still have these licenses. So the NES and Super NES and Genesis versions of Family Feud and Jeopardy are all Game Tech games. Okay. So it's still IJE is the company in the background or whatever successor it was.
Uh-huh.
So these these plans basically just get put on hold for like 5 years.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Do you think, though, I guess, could the VCS, power-wise, could they have made versions? I guess that's what I meant to ask earlier, is do you think it would have worked from a technical level, or do you think it just wasn't there yet?
No, it wasn't there yet. I mean, some of the games might have worked, but any of the games that required you to have a lot of text on screen for the questions would not have worked.
Okay.
Because there was no way to put that much memory into the cartridge to store that text.
Okay, so you're still, because it still has to it's not a graphics memory that's putting those images up. It's literally the...
Yeah, it's not like there's a font stored in the RAM. You would have had to store the font. You would have had to, on the cartridge. I mean, it just would have killed it. What you probably could have done, for example, Wheel of Fortune, what you may have been able to do there is, even then the phrases, no, that wouldn't have worked. Jeopardy, you might have been able to pull it off by giving you a book, like package this thick book with all the questions, or all the answers. But the questions aren't now. But then you'd still have to. No, what you could do is, you have question 5, and then you have to come up with the answer, and then it would have to be like a, you would have to guess, and then it would be honor system of looking up in the back of the book. The computer would tell you the answer is 6, and then you have to look up in the back of the book answer 6 or something. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, I'm not saying that it wouldn't have been possible, because a couple years after this, you'll get games like, for example, Wasteland, which was this really cool post-apocalyptic RPG for computers. Which is the forerunner to Fallout. Fallout was supposed to be a sequel to Wasteland, but they didn't have the license. And a lot of the dialogue in the game is not in the game. It's in the manual, but it's encoded. So they'd be like, read paragraph so-and-so. If you just tried to read that dialogue, a ton of the dialogue was red herrings. And it's so completely out of order, you can't put it in, you can't place it into any kind of context. But if you don't have that manual, you can't really play the game because you have no idea what's happening. Because the dialogue is missing. So, but it wouldn't have made sense to put it on the floppy disk because it would have eaten up so much room of the floppy disk. You would have needed additional floppy disk, and it would have slowed the game down even further. So, there's things like that may have been possible, but no, the VCS is not ready for this. And if you've played any of these games on cartridge formats, those weren't ready for them either. But yeah, that's another issue entirely. Okay.
I feel like we may have played Jeopardy for the Super Nintendo, possibly on our.
Yeah, I know you guys played one of them on the show because I remember you guys talking about it and it being such a terrible experience that I actually went ahead and played it afterwards just to see if it was as bad as you guys made it sound, and it was worse.
I don't know if this makes it sound any better, but I tried the 64 version of Jeopardy recently, and it was okay, I guess. Kind of. No, not really.
How do you even do that? I mean, it's like, you did they just have multiple choice at that point?
It lets
you can't type in a question.
So you type in the answer to the question, but it has a pseudo predict a text that helps you, which is helpful.
Terrible.
I can't spell, so that's the only reason I use it. All right, I legitimately cannot. I am very, very low education level. I one sock at a time.
All I'm saying is it still can't be any worse than Pictionary.
Oh God!
Have you ever played Pictionary on a digital device?
Nope, I'm good.
There's a port of it on the NES.
Oh God!
That is absolute torture. There's a version on the Commodore 64 which somehow manages to be even worse. I'm not sure how they did that. But okay, enough about that. That's still years in the future, and that's a 7-minute in heaven that we will have to do to somebody at some point.
Oh boy.
But let's keep moving.
But it's okay because it gets better because the Tandy launches the Tandy Vision 1.
Not wanting to be left behind in the hot video game market, Tandy, parent company of national retail chain Radio Shack, has launched the Tandy Vision 1, ONE, a licensed clone of Mattel's Intellivision. The system, decked out with massive amounts of fake wood grain, will retail for $250, and 16 of the hottest Intellivision games will be stocked in Radio Shacks nationwide, while an Intellivision cartridge hotline has been set up to order additional carts not available in the store.
Nothing says 80s, 70s, or 60s like fake wood grain, by the way.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
I'm just picturing the station wagon with the wood grain along the wood paneling, along the side.
No, they did this even worse on this port. They did this thing so dirty. There's a picture of it in the show notes. There's a link to a picture of it in the show notes. I did not know that this existed until I ran across an announcement for it. Because I always did wonder why Radio Shack didn't get into this business. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it's so wrong.
I think we inherited a Tandy 1000. I think a Tandy 1000. I think it's like the much later down the line one that has an actual operating system on it and like color.
Yeah.
So that's I didn't know that they did a wood panel. Just the thought of that. Oh, my God.
It's so bad. I mean, the Intellivision already had a little bit of wood grain around the sides, but it had this gold stickers on the top. They've replaced the gold stickers on the top with more wood grain. It's just, it's bad. It's so bad. But, so Tandy is now going to be carrying the Intellivision. What this does is it does massively increase Mattel's presence in the marketplace. There's, and it also gives a little bit of legitimacy, as the more sophisticated thing, because Radio Shack is seen as like the techie store. So that would help. Unfortunately, it's coming a few years too late because the Intellivision came out in like 79. So this is too little, too late. And it's I don't know how many units they sold of this. Given how few I found on eBay, probably not that many. But it's a thing that happened. And it also shows it's another company getting into video games. They're already big into home computers with the Coco and the Trash 80, but now they're also getting into video games.
This is the demise of Radio Shack. It all started all the way back here, long time ago.
No. The 1000 is going to be their probably their greatest moment, and the dawn of the order your customized PC on the phone is going to be the beginning of the end of Radio Shack. But now that's a story for 20 years down the line.
But then you have beautiful things such as the Ultra Video arcade system. Ultravision. I'm sorry. But you then have wonderful things like the Ultravision Video Arcade System does it all.
Ultravision, the company that promised to offer the biggest and best VCS games ever with titles like Karate, is going to blow all of that out of the water with their new hardware system, the Ultravision Video Arcade System, a fully integrated console and TV system that will not only play games, but includes a full TV tuner and can be hooked up for functions such as CCTV. An additional keyboard component would add Microsoft Basic and 64K of RAM.
Now this actually sounds like a winner. This sounds awesome. I mean, if you were telling me in the 80s, this can do it all for you. This can play your games. You can do your books on it. You can even watch TV. I mean, I feel like that's where it needed to start to go if it wants to survive, I guess, is, it needs to do more now. We're at a point where I guess you're not just going to buy it for, it plays this one or two games. It needs to be able to do your home computer work. You need to be, that's really cool, actually.
Yeah, the only problem here is, number one, Ultravision only releases 2 games and they both suck pretty badly. One game gets sort of decent reviews. The other one, Karate, which is a one-on-one fighting game on a VCS. I need say nothing more than that. Is absolutely a huge, huge pile of dung. And the idea of selling a game console or computer with a built-in monitor at this point is basically suicide, because the cost of that is going to, in light of the fact that hardware prices are dropping, the VIC-20 is getting cheaper and cheaper, the TI-99 is getting cheaper and cheaper, and you can plug it into your existing TV set, which can have any size you want, not the fixed size, is just going to become a major problem here. An insurmountable problem. Now, they will end up showing this device, or at least a prototype of it, at CES, but it's going to simply disappear after that. The company is going to vanish. I think if you look up Karate, their karate game on Moby Games, the scan of the artwork of the box actually has like a reduced price sticker on it, because it doesn't sell, and like so many other companies, they were hoping that revenue from the games were going to finance other things. And if you listen to our last Time Jump episode for October of 92, we talked about how Action, the guys who made Action 52, were also going to make this super console that does everything, that was also vaporware. This is no different here. But it's fun to see, you know.
It's a cool idea, but now that you say, you know, the points you've brought up, it's like, why would I buy a whole new TV when I can just plug my existing one into the TV? Okay.
I mean, at this point in time, the Vectrix has just come out. So there is precedent for a game console with its own built-in screen, but the Vectrix is doing it because it's vectors, and it's you know, something completely different and cool and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. But a standard television set just doesn't make any sense at this point.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, well. And speaking of adding stuff onto a console.
Well, we could just... The Colecovision, you see? The Colecovision gets modulated, man.
Coleco has announced what it says will be the first two of many expansion modules for the Colecovision. Module 1 will allow the system to play Atari VCS cartridges, which we've talked about on the show before, and Module 2 will add a steering wheel and gas pedal. Further modules will, according to Coleco, future-proof the system.
That's kind of cool. The idea of like peripherals, you know, your steering wheel, your gas pedal. I'm assuming this wasn't a common thing yet, like to have...
the gas pedal isn't, no. Okay. Now, Coleco did have some history with this with an older non-programmable system. They had a steering wheel on it. And so it's kind of cool that they're doing this, and it's also cool that the pack-in for Module 2 is a port of the Sega arcade game Turbo, which, you know, is a pretty big deal because that was like one of the first, you know, drive into the screen with cool graphics games.
Okay, very cool.
So a pretty popular title at the time. But, yeah, and the Module 1 is basically just the entire VCS, which is now very old hardware. It's gotten relatively cheap to reproduce. It's just a VCS that you plug in, and it uses the TV out of the Coleco to let you play VCS games.
Okay.
Again, lack of patents and protections on this stuff makes this possible without a license.
Because, I mean... Would they have been competitors?
Oh yeah.
Wow. That's like buying. So it's like buying a Sony PlayStation that you could play your Xbox games in to an extent.
Yeah, not just to an extent. I mean, it's. But also remember, Coleco, for example, has the license to Donkey Kong, and they've released now Donkey Kong for the ColecoVision. That's the pack-in game. But they've also released at the same time ports for the VCS and Intellivision. So because there's no licensing model. None of these things have lockout chips. That's all going to come with the NES.
Oh, wow.
So at this point, it's a free-for-all. You can make games for any system that you want, no holds barred, which is why there's so many freaking companies making crappy games like Karate.
Yeah.
And because they don't have to get any kind of protections. There's no quantity control in manufacturing or anything like this, or quality control. Does the game even work? So this is why, none of this was protected. Nobody knew what a cartridge market would even be. What does this even mean? Why would you make games for somebody else's hardware? Why wouldn't you just make your own hardware? These were not questions people were asking in the 70s when they started inventing this market.
Sure.
And
that's crazy. There's such a gap now between the hardware creator and the software developer in terms of, you don't buy, Sega they don't even do games, they don't even do systems anymore. They're just software only.
Software, yeah.
And it's crazy to see this is kind of, I guess, the very, very early start of that separation, because from what it sounds like, a lot of these companies, the idea was like you're saying, you still made your own hardware. You want to make a game, you'd make the hardware to go with it, but it's just so expensive. It's no wonder it took them this long to say, hey guys, this might not be a great idea.
In 1981, Christmas of 81, there's only, practically speaking, there's only one third-party publisher, Activision.
Mm-hmm.
There's one other company that has one game out, but it's not really on the. There's only one third-party publisher, and they're only on the VCS.
Wow.
At that point. Christmas of 82, we've got dozens of companies just producing software for different systems. It's insane. Okay, so, and that evolution over those 12 months is just not sustainable. Nobody can really judge, okay, what's good, what's bad, what's coming, what's not coming. It's just a free-for-all. Now, the Module 3 for the ColecoVision, and this connects a little bit with what we just talked about with the UltraVision. It connects with the standard joke about the keyboard component for the Intellivision, which keeps being promised. It just had a test market this year, still doesn't work. So Module 3 for the ColecoVision, which would also end up being the last module, is going to expand the ColecoVision to become an Atom computer, which is going to be Coleco's computer entry into the personal computer market. But that's going to be next year. That's going to be in 83. That's on the drawing board inside Coleco, but it hasn't been announced at this point yet.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. And the Coleco's, and this is sort of a side note on all of this, Coleco's entry into console games, both as a hardware manufacturer and as a third-party publisher, as well as their tabletop Coinop licenses, those were those little mini arcades, Pac-Man and Frogger and so forth, have made a big impact on their bottom line. Coleco existed for a long time, Coleco Leather Company, Connecticut Leather Company. But now they're in this field, and their third quarter earnings jumped 800% over the previous year. This is their earnings. They tripled their sales. So their revenue tripled, but the profit margin has jumped by 800%.
Good Lord. I don't know much about business, but those are big numbers, and 800% is just almost comically large. Like, that's...
Well, and this is where the profit margin of these cartridges. You're selling a Donkey Kong cartridge at retail for $30 or more, and let's say they're getting 50% of that, but it only costs them like $2 to make, $3 to make. So you end up now with, and plus some marketing expenses, add another 20 cents on top. What you end up with is this massive profit margin on this software. This software is so hot, but it's all hit driven. Donkey Kong is going to sell great for a few months. 3 months later, is it still the hot thing? Probably not. So, do you have another big hit lined up to come down the pipeline? And these are going to be these very ups and downs. It's like the movie industry, you know? Mm-hmm. Disney does 2 or 3 flops, like a Strange Worlds, their latest movie that just came out in the future year of 2022, which is an absolute flop. They're going to lose hundreds of millions of dollars on this thing.
Sure.
But, you know, for that, they release Wakanda Forever, and that kind of balances out in the wash. But if they didn't have a Wakanda Forever, they'd be writing some really, really red numbers this year. And so this is where this 800% just caught me by surprise. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. And so Electronic Games made up about 70% of its total sales. And almost all of the growth.
Interesting.
Okay. Yeah. And so Coleco traditionally has been a summer toy company. They did a lot of, you know, little kiddie pools and stuff like this. So their summer was a big part of this, and their third quarter would have included a lot of the summer sales.
And they still had that much of a electronics making up their
video games are just so freaking hot. It's disturbing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's fascinating. Just because I mean, that to the idea too that these companies are just jumping that ship that quickly of like, this is hot, go, we need to do this, or you know, or we talked about the bowling alleys, complete opposite, saying no, don't touch it. It's
the year before they were like, this is the greatest thing, this is the cash cow, but it goes down. So what we're seeing is the Coinop bubble has burst a couple months before the console bubble will burst. The home computer bubble is going to burst a few months after that. So it's basically these 3 bubbles are just going in succession.
Wow.
Because they also appeared almost in that order. So first there were a Coinop. That spawned the consoles, and the home computers really started to take off after the consoles because everybody was like, well, once you're done with the console, you're going to upgrade. That's why Intellivision had the promise of the keyboard. Coleco is promising a keyboard, etc., etc., etc. Atari doesn't because they already have computers from the late 70s. But, you know, it's all of these markets are just, it's one after the other is going to start to crumble.
Speaking of crumbling, even though this has nothing to do with crumbling, Atari announces revamped sports game lineup, which this is right up my alley.
Exactly.
You showed me some of the advertisements from the gentleman that you'll mention here. But
yes.
Fascinating.
Mr. Plimpton. But obviously taking the criticisms levied against Atari's 2600 sports games by George Plimpton in Intellivision's ads seriously, Atari has announced a new series of sports titles that they claim will outdo the graphics of any other system. The first title, Baseball, is due out in October. Joystick Magazine got an early taste of volleyball and was less than impressed.
It's not great if volleyball didn't impress them, because I feel like that should be pretty easy to do. A couple people on each side. It only gets more complex as you do different sports.
Well, I mean, they're trying to make 2600 games sound good. And now, this is what will be known as the Real Sports line of games.
Okay.
And now, so we have to remember, the 2600 has been a slow burn since its introduction in 77. So they would do like, well, this is our football game, and just sit there and do nothing else with football. This is our soccer game. We're going to do nothing else with soccer because, well, we already have a soccer game. Why would we do another soccer game? It doesn't make any sense.
So what you're telling me is that they were the original EA, and they're like, oh, we can just release the same game every year and no one cares? But they did it even more harsh, as they did. It sounds like they didn't even release the game. They just sold the same exact, like, cartridge. Hockey was hockey. Football was football, and that's it.
Exactly.
You didn't even have options. Like, that was it. You wanted to play it. That's just, oh man.
Well, from a modern standpoint, that's true. Then again, remember, nobody, or the original designers didn't expect the 2600 to last this long. That was one of the major reasons why Bushnell gets kicked out in 79.
Okay.
is because he's like, no, we need to push the new system now. And Warner was like, we're not really making any money off of what you've already introduced. We need to make money off of this system first. Mm-hmm. And that's when the boom starts happening with the 2600. But they're introducing the 5200 this year too little too late. Because Colecovision is actually probably a superior system to the 5200, technically speaking. And it also comes out with better games right out of the gate.
Yeah.
Than the 5200. But we've talked about that already last month. But the problem here is they're going to try to outdo Intellivision sports games with a system that simply can't compete. The Intellivision is a 16-bit processor. Doesn't really do 16-bit graphics, but it's a 16-bit processor. It can move these sprites around much better than the 2600 could ever dream of doing. So while the new Real Sports lineup of games is going to be an improvement, the 2600's life has reached pretty much its zenith. There are things that you're still going to be able to push out of the system. Activision is going to make still some great games like River Raid and Hero, but those are games that are built and designed around the restrictions of the 2600. And when you try to do a sports game where you need all these sprites moving around and stuff, there's a reason Activision doesn't get into this area, because the 2600 just won't be able to handle it.
And from what I've seen, the Intellivision sports games actually look really fun. They have the full, baseball has a full diamond, a full player set, where you look at the Atari version and it's just, it's trying, but
it's failing. It's failing. Let's be honest. It's failing miserably. And even Real Sports Baseball, and again, there's links to all of this in the show notes. Real Sports Baseball on the 2600, it doesn't look good. I mean, it finally has the diamond.
Yeah.
And it's got these tiny little sprites that all look kind of like sprites. That's the nicest way I can put it. I mean, but when you are in here, I'll show you a picture of it. It's got a little bit of scoring on the screen, and they're doing the whole color shifting every line. But if you notice on this screenshot, and this is the main screenshot, if you go to the Moby Games entry, none of the sprites are on the same line. If you look, there's no overlap between them.
Ew, interesting.
So, like the outfielders are not the left and right outfielders are not on the same scan line because they can't pull that off.
I mean, you look at like the third baseman pitcher and the first baseman. It's this weird like valley or not valley, but like a hill almost. It's
exactly. They're all slightly off just because you can't do it otherwise. And you'll notice that the color differences are only on the players on the field. The batter is a single color, probably because they're using the missile graphic for that guy. So it's like, so what they're really doing is the people on the field are the same sprite, just being reallocated for each scan line.
Oh man!
And then you've got the other player is the red batter, and then you're going to have the missile graphic, which will be the ball. And it's the restrictions of the system. They're doing the best they can with it, but it's just going to be a clunky, unplayable, flickery mess.
Yeah, and you can definitely see the age, because the Intellivision version just looks so much better. I mean, to me, it's a night and day difference, and I don't mean any offense towards either. They were doing what they could with at the time, and like you're saying, this is a system that should have been pretty much end of life and phased out already at this point, and they're just trying to hold on to whatever they got left.
It still looks better than Double Dragon on the 2600.
Oh God, I don't.
Which
even
is something
wanna,
that exists.
I don't even want to see that.
Which you kind of have to have played at least once in your life because it's an experience. That's all I have to say. It's an experience. I do recommend it. It actually makes the absolutely terrible Commodore 64 version, where all the game sprites have a transparent line between the torso and the legs because they're switching sprites and they needed one scan line for switching because the programmers were incompetent. Yeah, that's another. It's a shame. It's such a shame. But yeah. Let's
great.
Let's move on from that and let's talk about something else.
Rebates on games abound.
With Mattel offering a $50 mail-in rebate on Intellivision, U.S. Games offering $3 mail-in rebates for their games, Odyssey 2 buyers will get 2 free games through a mail-in rebate program, and further discounting on games. The market is getting tight going into Christmas.
Wow. So they were... Now, is this a pretty much a, oh shit, we need people to buy this stuff for Christmas? We'll take the hit as long as we sell some machines, and they're just trying to get rid of them at this point?
No, at this point they're not thinking we have to get rid of them. We're thinking we need to somehow stand out from the crowd because everybody's realized there's way too much product on the market.
Okay.
There's just simply so many systems. I mean, you've got the Atari VCS, you've got the Colecovision, the Intellivision, and the Odyssey 2 are all independent platforms that are at retail.
Wow.
And then you still have, I think it might just be mail order at this point, the Bally Arcade is also out there. There's the Arcadia 2001, which is also out there. There's a couple of other no-name game systems also out there. And that's not even talking about the sheer number of 2,600 cartridges, which are just clogging the system. And, of course, as we will get to, the home computers, which are also dropping in price. You can now pick up a VIC-20 for $199.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay.
So they're becoming a lot more... interesting.
So do you buy a computer that has a full mechanical keyboard that you can also theoretically do computer stuff and little Johnny can learn how to program and be part of the future that also plays games because it has Sprite-enabled hardware and a synth chip in it and everything else? Or do you buy that stupid little game system that's going to rot his brain?
Interesting.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, so this is all happening at the same time. And, big companies like Mattel can sort of, they can stomach this drop in price because they're thinking, well, we still own our cartridge market. There's virtually no third parties on Intellivision. Activision has just started to release a couple games. Coleco did. But most of the third parties are avoiding the Intellivision. They're only going for this. So they're going to get virtually 100%. Well, probably more like 80% of all software sales will be from Mattel. So they can think of a razor blade razor model.
Sure.
Whereas Atari, and we talked about this last month or the month before, is currently seeing their percentage of the market drop from over 90% of game sales are on the VCS or Atari last year to something like 40% of them this year. Now, it's a much larger market. About half of the VCSs out there will be sold during 82, but that's still less than... It's not, you don't own the same percentage of the market.
Sure.
And there's still profit to be made on the hardware, but it's nowhere near the profit that you're making on the software.
Right. And so a little bit also of, well, if I can get you in the door, if I could just get you the hardware, like you're saying, you have no other option. You're going to buy our software because guess what? We make all the software too. So as long as if I can get into your house that sounds terrible. If I could just break into your home.
Exactly. No, that's perfectly legitimate.
Oh, wow.
If I become your hardware platform, I'm going to be providing you the software, which is, again, in a few years when Nintendo does the lockout chip and the licensing, every piece of software, even from a third party, they're going to get a cut. A substantial cut. And at this point, Activision is the only one paying a royalty to or paying something to Atari. Everybody else, Coleco pays nothing to Atari. And they've got the hottest game right now, which is Donkey Kong on the VCS. And also, a lot of these guys have to buy expensive licenses of Coinops. Then you got companies like Fox. 20th Century Fox is starting to make games, and they're using their movie licenses.
Oh, wow.
And Atari, we talked about this a couple months ago, bought the very expensive licenses to Raiders of the Lost Ark and E.T., which means that the game development just got even more expensive because now you also have to pay the licensing fee on top of everything else. So you're cutting your margins on every which way, and Atari hasn't. Well, they will realize it over Thanksgiving of 1982. They will publish it, and this episode is going to be coming out after I've released our special 40th anniversary of the crash on December 8th, with a panel discussion with Alex Smith, Ethan Johnson, and Dale, a.k.a. Quarter Past. Our historian experts as we break down the fiasco that was Atari realizing, oh shit, we did math bad.
They did math at my level. Gotcha.
Yeah. And so that's going to be a press release on December 8th, but they actually find out about it in November during Thanksgiving. During the Thanksgiving break, they discover, oh my God, this is all going haywire. And December 8th, they announce, and we'll talk about this a little bit next month, but again, by the time this episode hits, everybody on the feed, the previous episode will have been that panel discussion where we went deep into it, and after this episode, we'll be doing another special, the second part of that, where we look at what effect that had on all the other companies in the field. That first episode is just Atari. It's like 2.5 hours, I think. I have to check the edit. I think it's 2.5 hours of just Atari and the fallout of them screwing that up. So, again, crazy. We go into a lot of detail here. Okay, but moving on. We got so much left. Oh, wait, sorry. One more thing. About the Mattel rebate, they announced that the $50 rebate will end on November 28th, so going right into Christmas. But it will be replaced by a $25 rebate that will run until December 19th. So it's not just a pre-Black Friday deal. They're also going to continue it on into December, but at a lower rate.
So they are literally, I love that though, is that they are willing to take a hit up until just about holiday, just to get their, it's that much of a cutthroat, game out there at this point.
Well, also the mail-in rebate has a couple advantages. A lot of people just will never mail it in. Second, the mail-in rebate doesn't affect the retailers. The retailers still get their money, so you don't have to send money out to the retailers or renegotiate how you're doing things with retailers who made their orders maybe back in February.
Okay, gotcha.
And also the thing is, video games were hot in 81, so much so that production couldn't keep up with demand. So everybody has been used to the idea that you're not, if you order 100 units, you're only going to get 50. Mm-hmm. So a lot of retailers have now over-ordered, thinking that production will also be limited this year. It won't be limited this year. They've all ramped up production to make sure that the games show up. But okay, so let's keep moving on. We have so much still left to... Oh my God, we're only at the halfway point. And okay.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, listeners. Keep going.
Activision wants to fill your gaping holes.
I knew you'd love that one. With an ad slogan that has not aged well, Activision has launched a new campaign to entice players to pick up some of their early titles like Stampede and Kaboom by encouraging players to fill the, quote, gaping holes, end quote, in their collections.
So this was a legitimate, like they used the words gaping hole in their advertisements.
It's more than legitimate. I've linked to the actual ad copy of this with the artwork, which could very potentially be misinterpreted.
That's fantastic.
So let's see. Now I'm just realizing the link I put in there doesn't work. So here, I'll put in another link to this. If you look at this, it quite literally could be just think of a raunchy teenage sex comedy set in the 70s with the kid, putting his hand and looking through a round hole and the other teenagers like, ooh.
No gaping holes here is what it says at the bottom of the gaping hole that is these three boys standing in.
Yeah, wow. These three boys are looking through a black hole. It's like, ooh, I wonder what this is. What happens if I touch right here? And he's pointing his finger like he's about to give a prostate exam.
Jesus Christ. And that was when the shocker was invented. 1982. It was the year of Activision creating the shocker for everybody to use.
And here, everybody thought the dirty game was going to be Custer's Revenge.
Right?
No, it's this. It's this right here.
Dude, that's not a good. Yeah, that has not aged well. I'll agree with that. That is
that is absolutely terrible on every conceivable level. There is no way to sugarcoat this. Okay, the link is not working because the Atari Age forums seem to be down right now. Who knows? But okay, link to this in the show notes, or just if you're not at work, Google Activision's gaping hole.
That's the greatest. Hold on, I have to count. Activision's gaping. That's the greatest 3 words you could ever string together. Like, what? That's fantastic. If you would have told me that tonight I would have gotten to say Activision's gaping hole, I would have said, I don't believe you. There's no way. There's no way. Wow. I'm going to start saying that now. I've got gaping holes in my collections. That just sounds so... Come on, I mean, that meant the same thing back then. You can't tell me that, like,
no, people were not thinking in those terms.
They were, this is before the internet.
The internet has ruined everything. The age of innocence is over. We now know what an Elon is.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Wow, now that our gaping holes have been filled.
But in all seriousness, this ad is a direct response to the fact that half of the devices out there right now were bought in the last year. So there is this back catalog. It's kind of like, imagine if you bought an NES in 1990. Mm-hmm. Of course, you're going to want to go back and buy Contra, and you're going to want to buy Legend of Zelda 1 and the perennial classics. Mm-hmm. And that's the people that they're talking to. It's like, hey, I know you just bought this, but did you know that before this year, before the big hit game, we also had other cool games? And I don't know how well this is going to work because a lot of those early games are quite simplistic.
Yeah.
But it's a way to move that inventory. So okay.
I want the analytics on that. I want to know how many people are like, you know what? I was told about my gaping hole and I filled it. Thank you, Activision.
Oh, dude, and I'm thinking it's 80s, so you know whatever they used had those big, huge D batteries.
Jesus Christ.
Okay,
All it takes is a small nuclear reactor.
Now we know what Doc Brown wanted the plutonium for.
It's your dildo, Marty. Something's got to be done about your dildo.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Let's move on.
Toy vendors worried about cycle lifestyle. Oh, Jesus.
Now we're making jokes about Pelotons or what? Okay, let's try that one more time.
Toy vendors worried about software lifecycle.
My eyes are watering. Okay. As more and more toy stores begin to invest in video game inventory, the reality that games have short windows of popularity and are quickly replaced by bigger and better thrills is beginning to make some question their approach to the category. While record stores, which have now also begun to move into the category, are familiar with the ups and downs of popularity and the whimsy of teenagers, toy stores, more used to fads lasting longer and sales accumulating at Christmas, are worried that the high dollar costs of the inventory, lower profit margins than on traditional toys, and unpredictability of what will be a hit could be an existential risk. Luckily, most software publishers offer programs to exchange unsold cartridges with new games to replace them, so that should provide a release valve for those tight margins.
So that's the beginning of trade-ins, almost.
Not trade-ins. The idea is if a game is still sitting on the shelf, and this is a thing in the toy industry. So, your Mattel Toy X didn't sell at Christmas. In the new year, Mattel would say, hey, don't discount it, too much. Just, give it back to us and we'll give you our new toy Y to replace it on the shelf. So you still have something on the shelf, but at least it's still Mattel on the shelf, and the problem here is that this would work if so many of these companies don't go bankrupt in the next year and can't replace the product, leaving the toy retailers holding the bag or holding the inventory and then having to just get rid of it, because once the publisher goes bankrupt, there's nobody to return it to.
Damn.
Yeah.
I would hate to own a toy store during this time. It just sounds like such a... Holy crap, man.
It's a risky business. Now, granted, there hasn't been, other than Star Wars, in the boys category, there haven't really been a lot of successful toys the last 4 or 5 years. It's been a dry spell, a really big dry spell. And after the price shocks in the 70s with gas prices or petroleum prices going up, forcing plastic prices up, there really has been this, what do we do? What other product can we sell to these people? And also, video games are year-round. They're not just a Christmas item. And it's also bringing in older kids who have more money to spend. It's bringing in some adults into the toy stores, which never were there before. It's changing the environment of the stores to such an extent that they're like, well, okay, maybe this is the new normal. And, well, after the crash, and we will talk about it a little bit later, they're going to have to resort back to more traditional product. And fortunately for them, there's a few of those in the pipeline. But right now, this Christmas, it's all about the video games.
That was always my Christmas wish list. Would always be a video game or toy or two. But it was, now that I kind of recall, it's like I was always video games were definitely a Christmas thing. Because it's like, you get one new game a year, and it might be for your birthday, maybe it's for Christmas. So, interesting.
Yeah, and that's the difference between a console and a computer gamer, because, ours was just, oh, you got a copy of that? Sure. I'll add that to my box of 1,000 discs. Okay, let's move on then.
GameLine. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. No, go for it.
GameLine sends VCS games over the phone.
GameLine is a proposed online service from Source founder Bill Funmeister that will be offering games via a special modem cartridge for the VCS. Players will pay $1 to download a game onto the cart, and the game will be automatically deleted after 40 minutes, at which time the player can choose to download another game.
Ew. Interesting. So in theory, could you just download the same game again?
Yeah, you would just pay another $1 and download it again.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's similar in some ways to what Sega would do with the Sega Channel years later. It's similar to another similar system that we've talked about here on the show the last couple of months. But they were going to be using bespoke hardware, so they were doing basically an Apple II clone as a standalone machine. This would be the first time that somebody's trying to do it for the VCS. A similar system already exists for the inTelevision. The only problem with that one was that it was launched so early in the system's life that the cartridge is very memory restrictive, so the later games won't fit on the cartridge. And so this system is going to actually launch. It is going to work. Now, the Source, if you're not familiar with it, it was an online database service that was very relatively popular, very, very expensive at the time. You were paying like $5 or $6 an hour or something. It was massively, and this is late 70s money. But that was like the first big online service that you could get your hands on as a normal human being. And so this is kind of interesting to bring that idea of the cartridges. Now, where GameLine is going to suffer is the fact that they get licenses to games that nobody really wants, or they don't get the top tier games. Like the top developers, Atari, Activision, Coleco, Mattel, and Parker Brothers, don't license any of their games to them.
Oh wow, okay, so that doesn't leave
tough.
much.
No, it doesn't. And so, the appeal of their game library dissipates relatively quickly. But that doesn't stop Funmeister. He's going to take GameLine and the parent company, Control Video Corporation, and the infrastructure for delivering the games that they've built up is going to become a company called Quantum Link, which you might know better as AOL.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, so this is basically the beginning of AOL. This is what will become AOL.
Huh. That's just crazy to see, like, a failed video game thing gives us, in a way, one of the biggest things of the 90s, and even the early 2000s, I guess, was AOL, which went on to do, well, it's AOL. It's hard to not know America Online. Like, that's huge.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, if you really want to connect the dots, AOL ends up buying Time Warner or Warner Communications or whatever it was called at the time, which at this point in time owns Atari.
That's just okay. This is like it's like a weird breakup story or something. You're trying to get the details from so and so. Well, yeah, but they know so and so, and it's just this crazy. This is the perfect storm. It's the absolute perfect storm for, I think, kind of what happens in the later months and later in the year. It's crazy.
But also think about it. Had they gotten these companies on board, this would have basically ripped the rug right out from under retail.
Yeah.
Just like Steam killed GameStop.
For sure.
And Xbox Live killed GameStop. This would do the same thing.
Yeah, because now you can just, I don't even have to go to the store, and I can play the latest and greatest from Atari and Coleco and Activision and Mattel. That would be huge. That would be absolutely huge. That's wild.
Yeah, so it's a cool idea. It's interesting to see where they go with it, and
Short sellers go after Warner.
With more and more signs becoming apparent that the video game bubble is about to burst, short sellers have ramped up activity, with the number of shares of Warner stock being shorted rising from just over 1 million on October 15th to over 1.3 million on November 15th. Coleco also saw a rise from 215,000 shares to 384,000, Commodore from 900,000 to 1.1 million, and Texas Instruments from 460,000 to 660,000.
I don't know anything about stocks, but I know that the short sell is a word I've heard recently because of all the GameStop and all that drama. So that would mean that they didn't actually have that, like, they didn't have that money, that many stocks to distribute or to sell, I guess?
Well, no. Okay, so short selling can work in a couple of different ways. The traditional way of short selling would be this. Let's say you own a share of Warner stock.
Okay.
And let's say, and this is not the actual numbers, but let's say today it's worth $100.
Mm-hmm.
And I am willing to bet that in 3 months the stock is only going to be worth 50.
Mm-hmm.
Now you think, no, it won't go down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sign a contract with you that says, okay, for the next 3 months I'm going to pay you $5 every month, and you're going to give me your share of Warner stock. I am going to sell it for 100. And in 3 months, I have to give you back a share of Warner stock. Now, if the price goes down to 50, I'm going to be able to buy a share of Warner stock for 50, give it back to you, and I've made $50. Because I sold it for 100, and I'm going to buy it back for 50. I made $50 minus the $15 that I paid you every month to do this. Now, from your standpoint, you're thinking that it's going to go up. Mm-hmm. If the stock goes up to, let's say, 120, I still have to now pay 120 to buy it on the market to give you back your originally $100 share. So now I've lost $15 plus $20. So I've lost $35 on the bet.
Huh.
So that's how traditional short selling works. And because you would have these contracts and people would be giving up their shares, you get an idea of how many shares have been short sold. So you know how many shares have traded hands in order to create this scenario.
Wow.
The more people are short selling, that means the more people think the stock is going to go down in the future.
Okay. So they definitely saw it. They kind of, I guess this, in their situation, they were, I guess, and this, I apologize again because I do not know anything.
Yeah, of course.
So, yeah. But it sounds like they were definitely expecting.
The market has been rumbling about this for months and months and months. We've talked about it a couple times now on the show. That the analysts who really deal with this stuff have looked at it as like, there's no way this adds up. There's no way these numbers make any sense. Mm-hmm. And so there are people betting. Now, the number of shares doesn't really mean a whole hell of a lot because, a $50 share versus a $2 share, and depending on the number of shares that are outstanding, 1 million might be a lot, might be nothing.
Mm-hmm.
In the case of Warner, they have over 65 million shares outstanding according to the 1982 annual report. So that means this 1.3 million represents almost exactly 2% of the total stock.
Damn.
So that means 2 out of every 100 shares are currently being bet against.
Wow.
That is huge for a large corporation.
I would assume that number is below 1% on an average.
Oh, on a normal everyday, it's a small fraction of a percent.
Holy crap.
I was thinking, okay, if this is really about to burst, and it's that evident, my guess before I got the number of the total shares was 1%. I was willing to go as high as 1%. And then I got the number from Alex, and I did the math. I was like, 2%. And I was like, holy crap in a hat.
That is...
And he had never done the numbers either. And we were both just like, oh. Because this is one of the big myths. One of the big myths about the crash is most people didn't see it coming. This is proof.
Yeah.
The Wall Street people saw this coming.
Yeah.
Now, it's the small investors, the people not paying attention. Like a lot of the big institutional investors, like pension funds and stuff, were probably just sitting on the money, not really paying too close of attention. They wouldn't have noticed this. But the active investors who haven't bought into the video game hype, they've noticed this. And that's why all these bets against the people who are dealing with this race to the bottom on price and stuff, they're getting short sold.
Wow.
And like I said, December 6th. So next month we will be talking about that, but especially the special episodes on this. Check those out to hear just how big the effects will be on the stock market. It's going to be massive. And it's going to take a lot of people with it. So, yeah. So short selling is on the rise, especially for Warner. So let's move on to other people and the stock market.
iMagic eyes IPO.
iMagic, the up-and-coming third-party VCS developer, has announced their intention to launch an IPO in mid-December, making them the first company to go public from the video game boomsters. The company is predicting that their current estimated annual sales of $75 million may balloon to $500 million by 1985. But at least one analyst expects the IPO to have the rocky start of other tech stocks like Apple, with massive initial jumps and subsequent equally dramatic falls.
God, that's just such a... So they thought it was going to go from 75 million to 500 million by 1985. That's
considering how much, iMagic is founded late in 81.
Okay.
They've gone from 0 to millions in 1 year. Obviously, this is going to keep going forever.
Yeah.
Right? There's no end to this.
Oh, boy.
It makes perfect sense.
Wow.
Let's just put it this way. This IPO is not going to happen.
I'm guessing because Atari sued iMagic.
Oh, no, but that it doesn't help. Atari has filed suit against iMagic, claiming that iMagic's Demon Attack game, one of its best sellers, is actually a ripoff of Centuri's Phoenix, to which Atari holds the exclusive home console rights. An amendment to iMagic's IPO prospectus concerning the suit will be added, but the company doesn't expect it to derail the IPO.
So they're starting to kind of go after people now of like, hey, that's ours.
Oh, no, they've been doing this for the last 2 years. They've filed dozens and dozens of suits against clones of Pac-Man. This is why Casey Munchkin, which was the Pac-Man variant for the Odyssey, which actually did a whole bunch of interesting things like pellets that moved around and the disappearing walls and stuff. No, Casey Munchkin is definitely a game worth playing because it does reinvent the formula in many ways.
Yeah.
But they get that shut down. They do lose a couple of those cases. Famously one against Sierra Online, the adventure guys. They had a couple of Pac-Man clones, and they win their cases.
Oh, wow.
Or one case at least. And other people basically just balk.
And this was one of their biggest games, Demon Attack. So they went after pretty much kind of their we're going to pseudo-jugular, right? Like, I'm going to go for the throat, and if I take away your bestseller, you've got nothing.
Basically, yeah. And Yeah, so this is one of the issues that, how different does a game have to be? There's very little legal precedent so far to define that. That's going to happen in we won't get a proper judgment on that until 89-90.
Oh wow! Oh man!
And that'll be based off of a game from 85. And it's not even going to be the arcade. It's going to be home ports and home ripoffs of that. Karate Champ is the game. And when it gets ported to home computers to the C64, because there's no consoles worth of note, there's going to be a game called International Karate, a European developed game. And when that gets brought over as Karate Champ, as International Karate Championship, I think, or something like that. Again, we've talked about it extensively on the show. When that comes over to the States, the official license holder for Karate Champ is going to sue the company that releases this other one-on-one karate game, and that's going to start this new wave of lawsuits about, how copyrightable is an idea. At what point is the idea no longer the same, shooting spaceships. Okay, now how different can you make the variations on that theme before it's copyrightable, not copyrightable, and so forth. So a lot of that is going to evolve, and at this point, everything is very much in flux.
Wow.
So, yeah, this lawsuit, I don't actually know how this one ends up, because it's not really important, because iMagic is not going to live long enough to see this suit go to court.
Well, Atari wasn't. They weren't done there, because Atari stops Commodore joysticks.
Atari has won a temporary injunction against Commodore preventing them from selling their VIC-20 joysticks. The Commodore sticks have an eerie resemblance to those made by Atari for their 2600. And yeah, that's basically just a white clone of the 2600 joystick. It even uses the 9-prong plug for everything.
It's kind of just a stick with a button on the top, isn't it? Or a button on the side, right?
On the side, that's it, yeah. They literally copied it 1-to-1.
I mean, but like you're saying, how do you not copy that?
Well, no. You don't quite understand the level to which this is a direct copy. I mean, it's one thing to do a joystick that has a button on the side.
Right.
But quite literally, this thing is the same joystick.
If you were to take a razor and scrape the side, it would probably say, Victor.
Here, I'll show you a picture of it. Again, I just realized, for whatever reason, the screenshots that I have linked in the show notes are not working. But here...
I'm here to help.
Here, you can see a picture of the VIC-20 joystick. Literally, even the molding around it is identical to what's
great.
on a 2600 joystick.
Yeah, it has like those little the ripples, the black little stuff that would be around the boot of a manual gear shift,
Exactly.
That's fantastic.
It is so identical. It's painful.
They didn't even put the button on the other side.
No, they did nothing. They
at least
did nothing.
Put the button somewhere else, maybe.
Here, you can see it's exactly the same molding. It's like they just put a piece of silly putty on it and copied it.
We've got our best people on the case.
They got sued.
Our top men are on the case.
On the case, yeah.
Look at that, dude. It's the exact.
It's exactly the same. There's no difference.
Yeah. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's not good.
It's all I gotta say is
that's how you get sued.
As much as I admire Jack Tramiel for a million different things, there was a certain amount. There was the potential for some very criminal energy there from time to time.
I mean, even the octagonal top.
But
if you were to look at it from the top down, it looks.
The little arrows are identical, but instead of little dashes, it's little round dots. So that should count, right?
It's the Vanilla Ice versus Queen defense. Ours goes, theirs goes.
Yeah, ours goes dun 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 dun, and theirs goes dun 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 dun. Can't you hear the difference?
Oh my god, that's amazing.
And when I dance back and forth, my brain goes dum 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 as it bounces around in my skull. Okay. Okay, let's leave the world of consoles behind. This is our transition because we just talked about a computer. See, this is how well I plan these things. Well, let's get into the world of computers.
Video Wizard enchants the VIC.
Yet another company has jumped into the game publishing fray. Video Wizards of San Jose, California, is looking to launch a series of games for the VIC-20, hoping to capitalize on the dearth of software currently available for the system. Games like Raiders of the Pyramid, Muncher, Galactic Defender, and Dodge Cars will no doubt become household names.
I don't know any of those except for possibly Muncher sounds familiar. So
no, none of them become household names because at least according to Moby Games, only one of them ever gets released, Dodge Cars, and that's basically an unplayable nothing.
Oh, you got a name like Muncher, and you're talking about gaping holes. I don't think you're gonna do so hot.
It's the sign of the times, and there is a game called Muncher, which is this weird giant Godzilla-like game on home computers later on in like 1990, but that's another issue entirely. The reason I included this one was this idea that there's a dearth of software on the VIC-20, which is in a very limited sense true. There's not a lot of third parties publishing for it yet, but that's coming because the VIC-20 has so little RAM that you pretty much have to put the games on cartridges. So the idea of selling games on cassette tape or disc is limited because it's only got 5K of RAM. So you fill that up so fast that unless you can really, really quickly grab new data off of the cartridge, it's a real limitation on the system.
Sure.
But yeah, these guys are going to go nowhere. They don't show up anyplace else as far as I can tell. I don't think the company continues to develop, but I did like the idea that they had such hubris in their press release that I kind of wanted to show that off. Okay.
Well, you can play all of these non-existent games because the VIC-20 hits 1 million.
Commodore has announced that the VIC-20 has surpassed the 1 million unit sales mark. 800,000 of the units were sold in the USA, and the planned UK launch of the C64 has been delayed apparently due to production pipeline issues in the USA, as well as the US launch of the MAX, delaying the planned phasing out of the VIC-20 into 1983. The VIC-20 is now reportedly being sold in over 8,000 retail stores as opposed to just 700 Commodore dealers that carried the system in 1981.
Good Lord. It's so weird because everything is saying, hey, everything's fine. Like, you see the numbers and you hear about the growth and in your head you're like, oh, it's fine. Everything's fine. How could this possibly go bad? And it's just so crazy, like you've brought up, is just how quickly all this happens in a span of 12 months. This is all happening, and it's just so. I mean, 1 million units is a lot for anything. I mean, that's crazy.
It's the most sold computer at this point in time. No other computer, like the Apple II, has been around since '77, and they've just barely reached 500,000.
Wow.
The VIC-20 is doing this in 1 year. But it is largely because, and we've talked about this over the last couple of months, and we'll talk about it again, Apple is becoming more restrictive with how many stores can sell their machines. Commodore has now placed the VIC-20 in virtually every Kmart in the country. They're selling it in any retail outlet that wants to sell it, will get it. So it's no longer, they've broken out of the, you have to go to a small computer store. Now it's anybody who wants to sell a VIC-20 can sell a VIC-20. They're going to do the same thing. The Commodore 64 has just launched, but that's still a $600 machine. By the following Christmas, Christmas 83, it will be a $199 machine.
Damn. I mean, that's
a hell of a price drop. The price, still, wow. The price war between Commodore and TI has just really started. It's going to go into overdrive within the next 12 months. Which is also why the VIC-20 just kind of gets pushed out of the market altogether by the end of 83, because the Commodore 64 has gotten so cheap, and it has 64K of RAM and much better screen resolution and so much more that it can do, that there's no point in having the VIC-20 around anymore. So even though it sells 1 million units, the C64 will become the best-selling computer of all time. And no, I do not count the Raspberry Pi as a freaking computer in this sense. Even though I own multiple Raspberry Pis and I love them to death, it's not a full-blown computer unless you can actually input the device when you buy it. Okay, sorry. I just had to get that off my chest. Okay? I feel better now. AKA the C64 will forever be the best-selling computer model ever. Because, yeah. Okay. Now, on a side note here, the C64 apparently does make it to retailers in the UK in time for Christmas, but Commodore only expects to move about 6,000 units of the machine. How many actually get sold, don't know yet, but that's the estimate. But, VIC-20 has made its million sales point.
That's fantastic. And going back to the price war that you were just talking about, TI rebate to reduce inventory.
Texas Instruments $100 rebate on the $299 TI-99 is apparently designed to help reduce stock of the systems that is anywhere between 40 and 50,000 units. Byte Magazine speculates that should sales of home computers falter during the holiday season, much greater cuts in prices are to be expected.
How much more are you going to cut $100 off in the 80s seems like a huge amount. But,
well, just think about it as a percentage of the price. It's a $300 computer. You're cutting 30% as a mail-in rebate.
Like, how much lower can you actually go before you're just like, hey, we're giving these away, $10, it's yours.
Remember, the VIC-20 is selling for $199. So now they're bringing the TI-99 down to the same price as the VIC-20. Now, the TI-99 is a much more powerful system than the VIC-20 in most regards. Where it falters is the fact that, unlike the VIC-20, it's not using a standard chip. The VIC-20 is using a 6502, which is the same thing that's in the Atari 2600. It's the same thing as in the Apple II. It's the same thing as in a bunch of other devices. TI, being the big, huge electronics company that it is, has decided to go with a almost obscure chip for their TI-99. And because they have been very restrictive and virtually all the software appears on cartridge, almost all the software is exclusively TI-made software. They don't want other people selling software for the machine. Oh, wow. Commodore does not care. Commodore is a hardware company. They were originally a company that made office furniture. So, and they still have a portion of the company making office furniture at this moment in time, at this point, in 82. So, they don't care if you program a game. The user's manual for the VIC-20 is still lauded by people today as one of the best user's manuals ever. It will teach you how to program BASIC in every aspect. It will teach you how to use machine code commands on the VIC-20 to fully use all the cool stuff that the video hardware can do and stuff. A lot of people will cut their teeth on a VIC-20 because it's so damn cheap and it's so informative, which is also why it works as a thing you buy at Kmart. And it still has a cartridge slot, so if you just want to pop in a cartridge, to turn it on, and play a video game, it's as easy as a console.
Oh, wow. Oh man, I don't know. The VIC-20 does sound like it really was just such a unique machine, that kind of got stuck in a weird time zone,
It was designed to do exactly what it did. Get into mass retail because it's cheap enough.
Yeah.
Be impressive enough through its graphics and sound to just make things like the Apple II look old. And the fact that it has virtually no memory is a hindrance you'll only realize way after you've bought it. They do launch it with a memory expansion, and there's a modem and all this other stuff, and the Commodore 64 is going to be compatible with most of the accessories of the VIC-20.
Okay.
So like the modem, the VIC modem, will work on a C64. The disk drive, to a certain extent, will work on it. The cassette drive will work on it. The software won't work. Now you can still use basic programs, so the type-in listings will work, as long as you're not doing any screen or pixel perfect registries, because the resolution is different, so suddenly everything would move around and things like that. But yeah, so again, the C64 is going to eclipse everything and wipe everything else out of the market, really. But that's a story for next year.
Atari gives away memory expansion.
After Ray Kassar claimed last month to not get into the race to the bottom that was developing in the home computer market, Atari has announced that they will be giving away a free 16K RAM module worth $99.95 with the purchase of an Atari 800.
Wow. So they're really trying to... That's interesting.
Yeah.
It's just this is such a... It's such a fascinating thing to watch, just how they did not give a fuck, man. They just nope, take him out, our competitor. Like, there was no play nice, we should all survive and we could all make a lot more money. It was very much Sega versus Nintendo before Sega versus Nintendo in a way.
If Sega versus Nintendo was poppycock comparison. That was pussyfoot. This is Jack Tramiel, the man famous for saying, business is war. And he meant it. This was a Holocaust survivor who was not ever going to be a victim again in his life.
Good Lord. I mean,
yeah.
I respect that. I do. Have that cutthroat, we're gonna win. That's
I just posted my 2-part interview with his son, who did a lot of work for the company. Again, if somebody recently posted a question on Twitter, here's a bench. If you could choose, who would you sit down and have a conversation with on it? It's Jack Tramiel for me. That man is an enigma for me on so many levels. So many of the decisions in his life I cannot comprehend 100%, and I'd love to understand that man.
That's fascinating.
So yeah. Atari basically isn't reducing the price of an Atari 800 computer, but the 16K RAM module is so that it stays competitive. It's only got 48K in it, so the 16K is boosting you up to the 64K, which the Commodore 64 has. And 64K is important at this point because the Atari is using a 6502 processor. The Commodore 64 uses a slightly upgraded 6509, 6510 or 6509. Same basic architecture, just slightly faster and better. But all of these chips have one common limitation. They can only address 64K of RAM. Anything beyond that, they can't address.
Ew, interesting.
So this race to get up to 64K of RAM, which RAM was extremely expensive. This was one of the most expensive parts of the whole machine. That's why 16K of RAM is a $99 expansion.
That's just, I don't know, that also just in today's numbers, that's funny.
Yeah.
$100 for 16K, like, Jesus, man.
Yeah, but this is the thing. This is the desperation to not fall behind the Commodore 64.
Wow.
Yeah. So
what they do then is, let's just, why not Panasonic get into it? Because Panasonic announces home computer.
The Japanese electronics giant has announced plans to launch their JR200 home computer in early 1983. They hope to have 50 software titles at the launch of the 32K machine that did not have a true graphics mode.
So this would have been their first forte into trying the computer game.
This would be the first one that is planned for release in the West.
Okay, gotcha.
Now, there are some computers coming out in Japan, more expensive ones. A really cheap machine hasn't really been launched yet. And Jack Trammell has the VIC-20 first gets launched in Japan a couple months before it comes out in North America. Because he has a lot of contacts in Japan. He was selling the PET computer from 77, the Commodore PET, sold extremely well in Japan. But kind of the market for it died when NEC came into the market. And everybody is afraid that the Japanese are going to basically wipe out all the American producers the same way the Japanese wiped out in calculators, the same way they wiped out in digital watches. Everybody is like, okay, when are the Japanese going to come in and just kill us in this new market?
Yeah.
Because that's been the pattern. Television sets are the same way at this point. The Japanese televisions, they've already wiped out black and white television set manufacturer, and they're coming for color TV too now. So, it's always been this race of how do we make a computer that's so cheap that the Japanese, with their cheaper manufacturing, cannot undercut us. And that was one of the design goals of the VIC-20. Computer that's so cheap.
Yeah.
You can't produce this cheaper than us.
Sure.
And so the entry of the Japanese into the market is going to be that question. Now, the problem Japanese manufacturers have is kanji. The Japanese writing requires a relatively high resolution on the screen to be represented. So Commodore uses PETSCII, which is their proprietary version of ASCII code, which is on the PET, the VIC, and the C64 all share it. And it's a whole slew, like if you look on a C64 keyboard, on the front side of each key, so not where the letter is at the top, but on the front side, there's always two symbols. So each key can be turned into a letter or one of these two symbols. So you can do all sorts of cool graphics. There's actually some really cool games that run purely in PETSCII.
Oh, wow.
I'll show you some links later on. There's absolutely amazing looking stuff. But each one of those PETSCIIs, I think, is only like 5 by 7 blocks.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But you don't need any more for an A or an H. Or
sure. Yeah, it's a very distinct looking letter, whereas kanji is a very difficult, like you're saying, to represent. There's a lot of little nuances in the letters or the I'm sorry if the markings or apologize, whatever it's called. But yeah, there's little nuances. You need a
high resolution. You need a high resolution. And that means at this point in time, you need a lot of video memory. You're alone. The ROM in the computer that holds the fonts is going to be massively huge in comparison with the fonts for a Western computer. And we just talked about $99.95 for 16K of RAM. You're massively increasing the cost of your machine if it needs to produce kanji. This is why this JR200 doesn't even have a graphics mode. You can't manipulate individual pixels. You can only do pre-programmed symbols.
Interesting.
Okay. Now, you don't need as much memory if you're not doing graphics, because graphics eat up a lot of memory.
Mm-hmm.
So you can get away with a 32K machine, but now you're limited as to what you can display on the screen. And you're probably spending a lot more on your ROM. So these are the trade-offs.
Sure.
And this is the reason why the Japanese never take over the computer market in the West. This is the thing that holds them off, and this is also why they end up with things like the Sharp 68000 and all these other Japan-only home computers that are, some of them are absolutely amazing. The MSX2, which gives us Metal Gear and stuff like that, are great little machines, but they never come over to the West because they have to compromise to get these other functions going that in the West have no purpose, but just add to the cost of the machines.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's interesting. Yeah.
That's yeah. Where there's Panasonic, there's Sharp, because Sharp enters the low-cost micro market.
Sharp has introduced 2 new computers in their MZ line of machines. The MZ700, which will retail at about $270 with 64K of RAM, and the MZ3500 with 128K of RAM and a disk drive and will cost $1,100.
That's a lot for 1982 money. That's still
yes
a lot
and no. Yes and no.
What would
and here's something that you need to understand. The disk drive will cost you more than the computer at this point in time.
Okay. And that's a disk drive, not even optical. We're talking floppy at this.
We're talking 5 1/4-inch floppy.
Okay. Wow.
A disk drive for the VIC costs you more than the VIC. Disk drive for the C64 at $595. The disk drive costs you a little more than half of what the computer costs.
Jeez.
Okay. Disk drives are massively, massively expensive devices. This is why a lot of people are still using cassettes. Hell, in England, they're going to be using cassettes all the way into the 90s. So the 1100 for a 128K machine, remember, 16K was $100 as an add-on.
Yeah, that's
1100 is a very cheap computer with those specs.
It's the first time I'm seeing that comma, so I guess that's why it's so kind of shocking, because it's like everything we've talked about to this point has been a 400, 500 range. And this is how do you sell this to somebody? It'll call once again. It's that how do you hit that consumer that doesn't know anything?
Well, no. Here's the thing: an Apple II will cost you that much.
Okay. With
48K of RAM.
Oh wow!
Oh no, Apple. You think Apple products are overpriced today? No. They were born that way. So an Apple. This is the price you would pay for an Apple II with far less memory, and a much more out of date chip in it.
That's not bad then. So you're getting a lot, and that 100, like you're saying, 128 kilos of RAM is huge for the time.
Yeah. It's huge. It's huge. Now the only problem is, as far as I know, these machines don't get any mass market retail in North America.
Okay.
I do think they get some more distribution in Europe, and this is the weird thing. In Europe at this time, each country is really its own market. So you get these weird pockets of computers showing up, like Holland suddenly gets a handful of computers that virtually nobody else gets. Or, in Germany, everything becomes the Commodore 64. The VIC and then the Commodore 64, and virtually no other machine has anything to say for a couple of years.
Wow.
In England, it's all about the Spectrum. And the C64 and then the Amstrad comes much later. Spain, it's really only the Spectrum, and for some reason the Amstrad machine takes off in France. They just love the Amstrad. So it's weird little pockets depending on how something is merchandised, what the retail culture is, and so forth. And so these Asian machines do have a chance to break in to these little isolated markets in a way that they don't in North America, where the sheer distance between regions and retailers is so big that the initial investment to break into the U.S. market is prohibitive for a lot of this stuff. Yeah. But the Japanese are coming. Jack has been talking about this for years. The magazines have been talking about it for years. This is kind of a little bit of a, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. We need to make it cheaper. We need to make it cheaper.
DEC enters microcomputer market.
DEC, a powerhouse in the mini-computer market, has launched their Rainbow 1000 microcomputer. Sporting a dual Z80 and 8088 architecture and running CPM, the system should be a contender in the high-end business market, but at over $500 more than IBM's PC, it may find it hard going.
So you're saying $500, or that's...
So
it does seem
PC,
like a lot.
A decent IBM PC is going to run you at least $1,200 to $1,500. So now we're talking $2,000, and this is where we have to do the distinction again. Alex Smith just did a great episode on this. The distinction between the PC, the personal computer, which is more of a business machine at this point, and home computers, which are essentially toys.
Okay.
And Apple still sees itself as a personal computer. Commodore is clearly going for the home computer. TI is going for the home computer. And so DEC, they were like the ones who broke out and almost single-handedly created the mini computer industry back in the late 60s, early 70s. Mini computers was, it no longer needs a whole room. Now it's just a closet. These guys are now struggling because the mini computer is losing its value. Okay. There's really less and less reason to have a mini computer because the IBM PC can do what most of the mini computers can do. And if you really need superpower for servers to do like file sharing onto the PCs, you're going to go with a big mainframe. So the reason to have this in-between phase is starting to dwindle, and DEC wants to get into the business. The problem is, this is where we're going to get into the operating system wars. CPM was the quote-unquote standard operating system, primarily ran on Z80 processors or 8080 processors. The Z80 is a compatible version of the 8080. But IBM is using MS-DOS, or PC-DOS as they call it, but it's MS-DOS. And yeah, betting on CPM at this point is not a good bet.
I mean, I know a little bit of the DOS. We're talking Windows 3.1, correct? Or
well, this is before Windows 1.1. This is before the Lisa. So GUIs exist. Xerox has a machine with a GUI.
Okay.
But it's like a $10,000 per terminal machine or something. And as we will see in our next story, those GUIs are coming, the graphic user interfaces, but no, they're not here yet. This is all, give basic text command prompts. Now, interestingly enough, MS-DOS will get a port to this system. So it's starting out with CPM, but there will be a port of MS-DOS. But because so many programmers will make hardware-specific calls in their PC-DOS programs, so you can use the standard, which would make it compatible even if you went to a different piece of hardware. That's not going to be the fastest way to make stuff. So you're going to start using specific calls to parts of the PC architecture to speed up your program. And that's going to make the software no longer compatible with other machines running MS-DOS, the operating system. Okay? And many programs just won't work on DEC's machine, which is known as the Rainbow. And Microsoft would ultimately discontinue the practice of selling custom OEM versions of MS-DOS, starting with DOS 5.0. So DOS 2.0 has just been announced. You know, we're about a year after the launch of the PC. And now they're already doing DOS 2.0. DOS 5.0, I don't know exactly when it comes out. It's a few more years. But this idea that, well, we have a computer over here too with a different processor, give us a version of DOS, is going to stop because these compatibility issues are just too big, and the PC compatible market will get so huge that they're just going to be like, you know, screw it. We're just doing one version and that's it.
Can't keep up with all of you.
No, they can't.
Which, going back, Apple readies Lisa and Macintosh.
Apple has announced their plans for a new product for 1983. In addition to the Lisa, a high-end business machine, a less expensive business machine named Macintosh, an Apple II upgrade, and an improved version of the Apple III have also been announced. Those newly exclusive dealers should be happy.
So that's just funny.
Okay,
to me
there's a lot to unpack here.
Yeah, because they're like, oh, we're gonna make a. So they're now acknowledging that their shit's expensive, and they're saying we're gonna make one that's affordable. But they were still. It sounds like is that they wanted to keep it. This is for your business. This is to do your books on, and it's affordable for everybody. It doesn't sound like.
Okay. Now we're talking about 4 different machines here.
Okay.
That are supposed to be doing different things. Okay. So the Lisa, which if you've seen the movie Tron, shows up. It does make a Tron has already come out at this point. Came out over the summer, but there was a Lisa. So the machine that he's typing on, that he's programming on when he gets zapped into the computer, is a Lisa.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Now it will launch in January of '83.
Okay.
And it's going to cost $10,000 in 1983 money.
What? Apple?
Well, remember what I just said. Xerox launched their GUI a couple years earlier, and they were charging that much.
Okay.
Now, the problem with the Lisa, and it is a GUI. It's basically like it's supposed to be. The Macintosh was supposed to be sort of a low-end side product to the Lisa.
Okay.
And that's why if you look at the Lisa, it's got the one-button mouse. It's got the only black and white pixel screen, because if they added shades, the memory wouldn't have done anything. You know, it's got the trash can bucket. All of those things that you expect from a Mac are on here already. You know. But the problem with the Lisa is it's expensive as frag, isn't really a functional machine because it just lacks the RAM necessary. It has 1 meg of RAM in it, which is a lot more. It's still a lot more than the initial Macintosh had. But when you're trying to make a business machine that's running a GUI while still also running other application, that 1 meg of RAM is going to run out really freaking fast.
Yeah, that's just it's just crazy how far computers have come. Like that's barely anything. Like that's not even you're talking less than a floppy disk worth of RAM, right?
Yeah. Well, a 3.5-inch floppy. It's more than a 5 1/4 inch. On one side, at least.
That's just.
But the thing is, remember, RAM chips are so damn expensive. Yeah. They don't come down in price until the Koreans hit the market in the 90s.
Oh wow! So you still have the entirety of the 80s to get through with these price points that are just unattainable.
I still remember I bought a 0.5 meg expansion card for my Amiga 500 in 1991, and it cost me $50.
Good Lord.
Yeah. So again, this is just, technology advances, the production capacities need to evolve, etc., etc., etc. So the Lisa is going to be this massive flop. It's just a flop. But Apple's already in flop mode because they've already flopped with the Apple III. The Apple III has been a complete flop.
Mm-hmm.
The Apple II is the workhorse that's keeping them afloat at this point. And the Macintosh is going to slowly evolve into a different project. Was this little side project, which Steve Jobs is going to sort of take over and turn into the Macintosh. But you think the Lisa had a problem? The original Mac launches with only 128K of RAM.
Wow.
You want to know how slow a GUI can run? Try using an original Mac. Oh my God. And then the Apple II upgrade is going to be the Apple IIe, which still leaves most of the graphics problems, the limited palette and no sprite support and so forth, but does upgrade, I think, the processor and the RAM. So it makes the machine faster. And the Apple III upgrade is basically just designing it so it doesn't overheat anymore as much. It's basically going to die. The Apple III is going to be discontinued relatively quickly. And so a lot of these decisions are... The only reason the Apple III overheated was because Jobs insisted that the case look a certain way because it would be cool. So, yeah, there's a reason Jobs is going to get fired from Apple in the not-too-distant future because he's literally running the company into the ground. But that's another story for another time.
But we're not done with Apple because the Federal Trade Commission drops the Apple investigation.
The Federal Trade Commission's investigations into Apple's canceling of contracts with dealers that refuse to comply with their draconian exclusivity requirements has been dropped, allowing them to continue to develop their new policies. So This is something we talked about a few times now on the show, how they've been canceling contracts with dealers. They've been trying to force Computerland franchisees. Computerland's the big a chain of computer stores in the U.S. at the time, to become Apple exclusive or, not be able to carry Apple anymore. Or, you can't have an Apple dealership within so many miles of another Apple dealership and all this crap. So the FTC was looking into this to see if it was legit, and they've decided to drop the investigation. Now, whether or not this would have been dropped in any other administration is hard to say, but this is the Reagan years. Business can do as it pleases. So, but then again, there's also a good argument to say, hey, if Apple doesn't want to sell this, you don't have to sell Apple. There's other computers on the market. Apple is not the biggest game in town. So, it's not that big of a deal. Which, there's an argument for that. Apple, the myth that Apple II is what starts the home computer revolution is kind of nonsense. They're never the number one selling machine. It's the Trash 80, then it becomes the VIC 20, then it's the C64. They're always an also-ran, but a very expensive also-ran with a ardent fan base. But... On a side note here, this comes as Apple is seeing a massive uptick in sales because they're going up with this whole wave of home computers. Profit in the fourth quarter, which ended in September, rose by 70% on an 80% gain in revenue. Profits were $19 million. That is a year-over-year jump of 50% in earnings. Or $59 million.
Jeez.
Yeah.
It's just... That's crazy is that they were still that profitable? I find that very crazy considering you have... But I guess the Lisa hasn't flopped yet. It was announced.
The Lisa hasn't come out yet.
Okay.
The Apple III has flopped, but remember, the Apple II is basically 1977 technology. So the cost of building it has stayed the same, and they've pretty much refused to change the price of it.
Gotcha.
They're still charging the same almost. even though they're not giving you much more. They've expanded the memory a little bit, but that's about it. So while everybody else is cutting price and limiting their margin, Apple is just increasing the margin with every time that the components get cheaper.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Which, I mean, with this kind of profit on this revenue, I mean, as a percentage of revenue, these are amazing profits.
Yeah.
It's just a question of how many flops can they suffer before this doesn't work anymore.
But then you have the British computer maker on the way. The Auric One, it's on the way.
Tangerine, a British computer maker, has announced the Auric One, which at just £99 for a 16K variant and £169 for a 48K variant, both undercuts the Speccy in price and outshines it in features. Will Sinclair's third micro fail before it can launch? So
it's a fun name. I like the name, the Auric One. Am I saying that right? The Auric?
The Auric One, yeah.
That's not bad, though. I mean, so it looks like they were trying to come in, be competitive with, yet again, price being a big... It's almost like they were more advertisement of the price rather than what the machine could do to an extent sometimes, where they really went after...
Definitely.
The, hey, we can give you the cheapest... We're the cheapest option. You know, it's just wild, especially in... You look at computers today where it's the opposite. It's I don't care how much it costs, how beefy is it, how much power does it have, and it's just such a different. It's just the whole mindset of sale is so different to me when you look at these.
Well, and a big part of this is the fact that you think the recession in the U.S. is bad. The recession in Britain is so much worse. This is the time period of, all the factories are shutting down, the mines are shutting down. People really don't know where to go. The government is pushing this idea of we're going to become a tech hub and everybody needs to learn how to program. And so you've got these super poor people who are being told nonstop, if your kid doesn't learn how to program, basically you're going to be on the dole, aka on welfare for the rest of your life. And if you can jump in for £99, which is about $150, why wouldn't you?
Sure.
And the Sinclair has been having tremendous problems with quality control on the Spectrum production. The pre-orders a lot of them are being sent back because the machines just don't work or fall apart. And so there's this opportunity to jump in with a cheap product. And because the technology is improving so quickly that a spec from 6 months ago, you might be able to outdo it and outperform in price. And so the number one, the major selling machine, which we'll talk about in a second, is the machine before the Speccy, which, was selling for £99 but only had 1K of memory. So 16K whole computer for £99? Maybe that's an option. Except that
the ZX81 sales soar after price cut.
After Sinclair cut the price of the ZX81 to £50, sales shot up fivefold, back to the levels it enjoyed at its height. Price-conscious buyers no doubt jumped in with the current quality control and delivery problems of the Spectrum, giving those seeking a price-conscious British computer option little choice.
It's just, oh wow. So even, and so they were still having issues with quality. They were still having issues with
the Spectrum.
Okay.
But now the ZX81 has been on. Now the original machine was the ZX80 that came out in 1980. The ZX81 is called the 81 because it comes out in 1981.
Gotcha.
Even though it's using a Z80 processor, all three of the machines are using Z80 processors. That's the same processor you find in a Game Boy, for example, or the Sega Master System.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's fun.
Yeah. And so these machines, it's the older model. It's got literally 1K of memory in it. Every time you push the button, any key on the keyboard, the screen flashes because it doesn't have enough memory to process both the keystroke and the screen at the same time. So it can only do the screen if nothing's being pressed on the keypad.
Well, that's wild because the Z80, they're hot.
Oh yeah. Now, Zilog reports that they expect to ship over 60% of the 10 million Z80s that are expected to hit the market in 1982. The processor, which by one estimate inhabited 50% of all products shown at the latest National Computer Conference, are wholesaling for just $3 each.
That's so cheap. So that costs them nothing to make the Z80 then, in theory.
Well, okay, now, and a little bit of the history on here. The Zilog company is founded by a guy who was the chief, and I might be getting the exact title wrong, but basically he was in charge of developing Intel's 8080 processor. That's the chip that is also the heart of the IBM PC at this point.
Okay.
It's the precursor to the 8086, which is the family of chips that we still use today.
Okay.
Now, back then, you could not get any kind of legal protection for a chip design. That's going to come in the mid-80s. So in the 70s, you could, let's say, leave the company you're working for, know how the chip was designed, create a cost-efficient version that is completely compatible, and sell that. That's what the Z80 is. It is a cost-reduced version of the 8080. Just like the 6502, designed by Chuck Peddle, who was a designer at Motorola, was a cost-reduced but significantly enhanced in capabilities version of the 6800. Not the 68000, but the 6800, which was Motorola's 8-bit chip.
This is before non-competes, I guess. Did they still have to sign stuff saying, like, hey, when I leave the company, I'm not going to take this information with me? Like, that's crazy.
Well, there's a lot of that culture develops out of this tech industry boom.
Okay.
Yeah, so a lot of that is going to come out of this.
Interesting.
So that whole, non-compete clause thing, the whole, trade secrets, the whole, windows where you can't, can't be in this business, blah, blah, blah. That exists to a certain extent at this point, but apparently they weren't doing it in this business. So, yeah. Wow. That's where the Z80 and the 6502 come from. They're basically just cost-reduced versions. Now, at this point, also, nobody wanted to buy a chip from somebody that was the exclusive manufacturer. You had what were known as second sources.
Mm-hmm.
So you would license the design to another manufacturer, so in case something went wrong with your plant burnt down, your clients were not completely reliant on your production.
Okay. Interesting.
This is still the early days of mass manufacturing of this stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't think of that as like, we're not anywhere near.
You're not going to, start launching a retail product that requires a chip and then find out, the one factory in the world that can produce it can't produce it anymore. Because now you are basically that company's bitch. So you always needed a second source. This is why AMD is allowed to make 8086 compatible chips, because they were a second source for Intel back in the day. So they have the right to create compatible chips to a certain extent.
Oh, wow.
To this day.
This is also this is great, man. I've learned I did not know any of this, man. This is amazing.
We just covered AMD getting that license a couple months ago on the show. The anniversary of that.
Fantastic! That had to be really wild. That's cool.
Oh yeah,
man.
It has all these implications. But this is why there's only two manufacturers of those chips today.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's so nuts, and it's all, but it.
Yeah.
It's like this. Oh wow! I just think this all kind of started 30 years ago. But
40 in this case. 40, yeah.
I'm bad at math, but yeah. But back in 1982, back when Specie shunned...
Specky.
Back in 1982...
That's the Spectrum. The ZX Spectrum is known as the Specie.
Oh, okay. The Specie, or Spectrum to some, was shunned by educators.
Of the 422 requests for funding submitted to the UK government in its Micros for Primaries scheme, only 3 requests have been for Sinclair's new color computer. The vast majority, over 300, were for the BBC Micro.
That's not a lot.
No.
Of them. I mean, was color? I'm assuming color still was not a standard yet. I mean, like.
No. Well, okay. And I make the distinction here between Sinclair's color computer and his black and white machines, because the ZX80 and 81 were black and white machines. They had no color mode. They also had no graphics mode. You can only do the predetermined symbols like the Commodore PET.
Okay, gotcha.
But the BBC is also a color machine. So at this point, a black and white machine isn't going to get you too far.
Okay.
But this was a scheme, like I said, the UK government was pushing this idea of turning the country into a tech hub. And one of these parts of it was at least one computer in every school, and the federal government would pay for at least half the price of the Micro. So these are requests going in from schools to the government to help finance these computers for the schools. Now, virtually all of them, now they could choose anything they wanted, but they're going to go with the BBC Micro, which is a far more expensive machine. But the reason it's called BBC is because it is licensed by the television and radio corporation BBC.
Okay.
As part of a television series that they're coming out with called The Computer Program, which is designed to educate people not only about what computers do, but it's actually going to teach kids how to program, amongst other things. And the machine that they're going to use as the basis is this BBC Micro, which is made by Acorn, which is the same company that will then develop a little thing called the ARM chip. And the ARM chip is basically the thing that powers, to this day, your cell phone and tablets and everything else. And they're still being developed in the same place as the BBC Micro was. Wow. And if you want more on the history of this is really well told there's a TV movie that you can find on YouTube called Micromen. And it's about the conflict between the chief guy at Acorn, the company making the BBC Micro, who used to be an engineer at Sinclair, and Sinclair over the 8-bit PC computer market in Britain in this time. So I do recommend checking out Micromen. We've talked about it on the show before, but if you haven't seen that movie, it's amazing. It's great. And it really is a wonderful insight into what this market was like.
I will definitely have to check that out. That sounds good, man. It sounds like that would be a really fun, like
it's
I said, I don't know a lot, so this is all new to me, and so I do apologize to your listeners if I'm
No.
This guy's an ignorant idiot, doesn't know anything. You're probably right. I really don't, but I'm
these explanations are good to repeat.
Man.
It's good to repeat these.
That's fantastic.
As Stan Lee said, every comic book is somebody's first comic book. Every episode of the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine is somebody's first episode of the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine. So if this is your first episode, dear listener, they're not all this long, I promise. Okay, let's keep moving. We're almost through. We're
so close. Sinclair to launch Spectrum joystick.
Sinclair has announced that they will be offering a joystick to connect into the Spectrum's Edge connector with one fire button and compatible software. This follows Kempston's joystick, which already retails for £20.
That's not bad. It's not bad. I'm curious how much of the Atari knockoff it looks like, but
well, no, they don't look like the Atari knockoffs. But here's the thing. the Spectrum is such a pared down machine that it doesn't have a built-in joystick port. So you need this external device plugged in so you can plug it in. But now you're going to end up with 2 standards for joysticks. And this is something that if you've ever played a Spectrum game, the first thing that it asks you when you log in is, which joystick are you trying to use? Because they're sending different feedback into the computer. So now the programs have to actually have 2 different routines for joystick control.
That's so much work. That's crazy.
I mean, they get it standardized, and we're just talking about 4 directions and a button, but still, it's a pain in the ass that didn't need to be. And of course, Sinclair is not the guy thinking that this will be used for video games. He thinks people are going to do serious research and education on this machine. And of course, pretty much the only purpose for a Sinclair Spectrum is to play games. And there will be some great games like
Melbourne House cuts deal with Tolkien.
The Tolkien estate has agreed to license J.R.R. Tolkien's works to Melbourne House for use in computer games. The first title, The Hobbit, will ship with a copy of the eponymous novel and hit store shelves in December.
So this would have been the first that we see, though, of the licensed Hobbit or Tolkien games, do you think?
Yeah, it's not the first game based off of it, but it's the first time we get an official license.
Saying like, hey, this is actually approved by the J.R. Tolkien estate. J.R.R. Tolkien estate. I mean, that's a big deal. That's a very big deal.
And it comes with a copy of the book. Because this is going to be a text adventure with graphics. So you get the top half of the screen is a image. And for most of it, some of the locations don't have any imagery, but you're going to get an image, and then you're going to get text, and you interact with the world, and basically you go on the voyage. Now they're going to have to make a bunch of compromises to make this work. There's a bunch of changes to the plot and whole sections that are missing and stuff. But The Hobbit is like this watershed moment for this type of game. While Infocom is doing their stuff in the States, Sierra has been doing their stuff. This is the first time that this is going to hit the European computers in a big way. And it's going to inspire a bunch of people to do adventure games. And we're going to see some interesting stuff that's going to be Europe exclusive. Like in a couple of years, we're going to have a Gremlins text adventure game. That's actually pretty freaking cool. And all sorts of weird things like this are going to pop up. This is going to be a market unto itself.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
But if you don't want to get into the fantasy, Mike Singleton wants to make you a Star-Lord.
Popular Computing Weekly has a fascinating article on a play-by-mail game that is run by a computer called Star-Lord. The game's creator, Mike Singleton, feeds the player's moves into a pet and prints out new maps giving information on how his 1,000-planet-strong universe evolves.
That sounds ridiculously ambitious. I love it. That's crazy.
But it also works. And now, you probably never heard of Mike Singleton before, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, there are big names in game design. You've got your Miyamotos, you've got your Sid Meier's, you've got your those people, your Lord Britishes, your Al Lowe's, and I put Al Lowe on the top of that list, but that's another issue entirely. He did Leisure Suit Larry. But in Europe, you also have these big names. You've got your Peter Molyneux, the guy who did, Populous. You've got David Braben and Ian, I can't remember his last name, guys who did Elite. And then you've got Mike Singleton. And he is he was a rock star, unfortunately passed away several years ago. But he created games like Lords of Midnight, which was this huge, expansive fantasy world, and everything is happening in real time.
Oh, wow.
Adventure game with strategy elements and blah, blah, blah. And he was like the king of procedural generation to make giant worlds, Midwinter 2, and so on and so forth. But this is him doing a play-by-mail game. He was a school teacher originally. And this game, Star-Lord, is actually going to get converted into a PC game in 1994. So he is going to end up turning a version of this into an actual PC game with all these planets and stuff. Unfortunately, he also adds real-time spaceflight, and that is the part of the game that's not going to work at all, especially in a post-Wing Commander 2 world. And I think it actually comes out around the same time as the original X-Wing. So the strategy elements just get buried by the fact that the 3D fighting doesn't work.
Right, yeah.
But it's interesting to see that game idea is present here. And speaking of Tolkien, Mike's first published computer game does get reviewed this month in Computer and Video Games, a British magazine, and it's called Shadowfax. I don't know how well you know your Tolkien. Do you know who Shadowfax is?
I am going to get absolutely blasted for this. I don't know shit.
Okay. Shadowfax is Gandalf's white horse.
Oh. That's so cool.
This game it's a very, very simplistic shooter for the VIC-20. Mm-hmm. So you're just, riding, you're on the left and you're always riding to the right, and you're Gandalf on his white horse, so it's basically just a white sprite, extremely well animated. The horse animation is beautiful on this thing.
Wow.
And there's identical black riders coming at you the whole time. And you have a staff, and you can shoot little lightning bolts, and the key is you hold down the fire button. The longer you hold it down, the longer the lightning bolt goes out. Mm-hmm. But as the guy's coming towards you, you have to hold it and let go of it when the lightning bolt touches the black riders. If you hold it for too long, it'll just go past the black rider. So you're moving up and down to avoid these guys hitting you, and you have to sort of do this timing thing with the lightning bolt. That's all the game is. There's no change in backgrounds. There's nothing else. You just keep doing this for like 20 minutes, and then the game is over. Not saying it's a great game, but it's his first foray into computer software on a retail level, and it's a clearly unlicensed J.R.R. Tolkien game the same month that the Tolkien license is announced. So, yeah.
Oh, that's funny. It's almost like he kind of not pirated it, but, he borrowed it.
It's an illegal. Shadowfax is a copyrighted term. Yeah, it's illegal. Let's just call a spade a spade.
But that's why Software Penguin wants you to fight piracy.
Penguin Software has announced their new initiative to fight software piracy by creating a mascot to help raise public awareness, similar to Smokey the Bear. The Software Penguin will be that mascot. They are running a design contest to give the penguin his due. I'm sure that they would be delighted to know how ubiquitous the icon would still be in commercial software protection 40 years later.
I like Smokey the Bear, so I'm assuming I would like Software the Penguin or...
Yeah, no, I was trying to be a little sarcastic. This doesn't take off. This doesn't work.
Did they even give him a name, or is it just...
I don't know. Maybe it'll show up in the next couple months. I'm waiting to see what the results of the thing is. But yeah, I couldn't find any other references online to this. So
nice.
Software piracy is obviously becoming a bigger and bigger deal. Penguin Software is big on the Apple platform.
Okay.
But it's not going to help. People are gonna pirate this, and that's pretty much the end of that. But yeah.
Well, that's fine, because I liked Snoopy better anyway, and Snoopy targets creative computing.
Creative Computing magazine has been sued by United Features over a game released by Creative Computing called Snoopy, which uses the imagery of Snoopy and a battle with the Red Baron.
Like, did they really not? How did they expect that to go? Snoopy's always been a big name. Like what? But then again, J.R.R. Tolkien, you have.
Okay, now we have to put this in perspective. This was a game from 1979. It was a type-in listing in the magazine. It was a math game with this little ASCII character version of Snoopy at the bottom of the screen. It's not even graphics. Now, it's using Petsky. We talked about that already for the pet. And they did port it to the C64. Like I said, any basic program on the PET or the VIC will work on a C64. They're suing over this because it's showing up in reprint books and stuff.
That's funny.
And so I don't know if they remove it.
This would be a good year to be a lawyer, it seems like. It seems like you got a lot of work if that's the case, man. Everybody's going after everybody.
There's a ton of this all the time. But yeah. Well, this is the thing. It's, they originally published in 79. Nobody's cared for 3 years. But now suddenly computers are a big deal. This is a sign of just how important home computers have finally become, that they're noticing, hey, wait a sec, maybe we can license this. Maybe we can make money off of this. Oh, wait, somebody's already doing it. We need to get to court to make sure that, it doesn't fall into the public domain or whatever.
Yeah, that's true too, I guess, because then you get into the keep it active for copy. Yep.
Exactly, that's what these lawsuits are all about.
It's not wanting to lose your not exclusivity, but you just don't want someone else to take it, even if you're not using it.
Everybody's licensing everything. I mean, we played the Smurfs game last month in the 7 Minutes in Heaven. Woody Woodpecker was just licensed by somebody. I didn't include it here because the game never comes out, but there's all these licenses happening. Everybody wants a piece of this pie. So yeah,
but then you have the following, which is kind of nice. It's not a licensed thing, but it sounds like a lot of fun. Pinball Construction Set previewed.
The latest in the increasing number of game-making tools gets previewed in Softline magazine. Budgeco's Pinball Construction Set, a follow-up to Bill Budge's hit computer pinball game Raster Blaster. Pinball Construction Set will allow users to drag and drop various pinball pieces onto a table to create their own silver ball delight.
That sounds fun. That sounds more like my thing than the learning with Snoopy. Or, I'm sorry, learning with air quotes, Snoopy, air quotes.
Definitely. And Pinball Construction Set won't come out through Budgeco, but instead Bill Budge will become one of the licensed artists, and this program will become one of the initial lineup of games or programs released by Electronic Arts when they do launch.
So we haven't even seen...
It's going to be one of their launch lineup.
So, I mean, EA is not even really in the fold yet.
EA has already been founded. EA is setting everything up.
Okay.
They're getting their distribution network going. They're getting their tools ready. They're signing up big, hot talent like Bill Budge. Bill Budge in the Apple scene is already kind of a legend because he makes the very slow Apple graphics mode do really cool stuff. They'll also get Danny Button, who's also a big name at this point doing strategy games for SSI, will get signed up for Mule and Seven Cities of Gold. They'll get a couple other people who have already released stuff, and those will be the launch artists.
Okay. Interesting. So they're getting the tires are starting to turn, but they haven't really hit the ground yet.
Well, Trip Hawkins is gonna do it. He's organizing it not as like Budgeco is basically just Bill Budge.
Okay.
Selling his games.
Gotcha.
They're going to use the model of a record label. So the artists creating the games are basically being provided services like special tools and stuff to help make the games. Like an artist might be offered studio time by their music publisher, and then they're going to get royalties from the sale of the games.
Okay, gotcha.
At least for a few years, and then we're going to see how EA changes the model. But that's another issue entirely. And then, of course, they're going to buy up 1,000 companies and destroy them all. So.
Yep. For better or for worse. Yep, that's... Yeah.
It's always worse. It's always worse.
It never gets better. It never gets...
Never.
And I'm now learning of this because of you know, this shit was back in the 70s and the 80s. They were still after each other. They were still, you know, there can only be one.
There can only be one. Okay, but enough with the computers. Let's go for some miscellaneous fun stuff.
Export ban placed on chess computer.
Bell, B-E-L-L-E, the Bell Labs-funded chess computer that won the 1980 World Chess Computer Championship was scheduled to make an appearance in Moscow together with its creator, Ken Thompson. The Commerce Department has halted the move, though, based on concerns the machine's technology could be of military importance to the Soviets. In response, Thompson said, quote, "The thing plays chess. That's all," end quote. He added that the only way it could be used militarily would be, quote, "to drop it out of an airplane. You might kill somebody that way," end quote.
That's amazing. Like, what a great response, too. Just like, what the fuck, man? Like, what is this? What did you expect it to do? Come on.
Well, now, we have to look at this in the light of increased tensions with the Soviet Union under Reagan. Because, you know, and also, you know, you just had Afghanistan version 5, whichever version we were, comes later. And so, you know, there's a little bit of this, and there has been increased concern about the export of U.S. computer technology to the Soviet Union because they're way, way behind on chip development and design.
Okay.
I mean, in the closing days of the Eastern Bloc, so late 80s, East Germany will finally open up a factory that makes Z80 clones, a chip that was from the 70s, you know?
Yeah. Jeez.
So it's, the Eastern Europeans are using Z80s for everything. That we actually, here in my town, I've got it's a social club that runs a museum for East German computers. It's absolutely beautiful collection of East German computers, ranging from pre-war analog calculating machines to all the way up to they have part of the mainframe that ran an actual nuclear power plant, and they have it up and running a simulation of the nuclear power plant.
That is cool, and that would be neat to. That's
dude,
literally be Homer Simpson. You could just,
exactly. It is one of the coolest things in the world is this club.
Oh,
and
wow.
Some of the machines, like they have these business machines that are not one, not two, but like 5 Z80 processor PCB boards in the same machine with custom operating systems to coordinate these multiple processors, because the fastest thing they could get was a Z80. When you hit the maximum speed of the Z80, what do? You add another Z80.
Just give it more.
Just hit it with more Z80s.
That's got to be that is cool. That is just got to be wild to see. And it's just amazed with like what they were able to do given the limitations of the time. I mean, this is still 1980s, 70s technology. Well, there's that 80s, like you're saying, 1970s technology.
Well, and that's the thing. There is an argument to be made that if you've got this relatively high-end computer that plays chess, it's still a processor, and it's still probably way ahead of what they've officially got.
Sure. Now,
they're obviously smuggling all sorts of tech in and so forth, but reproducing it is another issue entirely.
Yeah.
So, and granted, Thompson is probably correct in saying, what the fuck are they going to do with it? They can't, do anything big with it. But,
Yeah.
I can see both sides of the argument here. It's not as dumb as the Sony PlayStation 2 can't be exported because it's a supercomputer nonsense that actually happened at the launch of the PS2. But, it's still dumb. Yeah.
That's fantastic. Did not know that.
Well, because they hadn't updated the definition of a supercomputer in so long that suddenly you had this product that officially qualified as a supercomputer, but by that time nobody really cared. But
yeah.
Okay, let's move on.
Time highlights the Pac-Men.
The rise of political action committees has led Time magazine to feature those lobbyists, so-called Pac-Men, on their cover, of course using Namco's game icon as a stand-in. And this goes to what you were saying earlier about how this imagery has become iconic and so pervasive in society that even people who don't play the games would recognize it.
Yeah.
This is exactly that.
For sure.
I mean, the entire cover is just a whole bunch of Pac-Men in red, white, and blue, gobbling up, money around the Capitol building. That's the imagery of the cover of this magazine.
Wow, yeah. That's fantastic. Now for some different imagery. Action figures make a comeback.
Heavy TV promotion for G.I. Joe and Masters of the Universe have catapulted these two boy toy lines into the limelight as the hot items for Christmas. Barbie has also gained new traction with girls, and the Smurfs line of non-posable figures are selling like hotcakes. This is all happening at the same time that some toy retailers are realizing that demand for the hottest new games seems to fizzle within weeks. A phenomenon the growing number of record stores stocking games are all too familiar with, but toy retailers may find a bit too uncertain for their more conservative and holiday-focused business models. So this is connecting with what we were talking about earlier, how the toy retailers are really starting to freak out at this point. And these are the publications coming out in November, so this is stuff written in August, September, October.
Oh.
And so they're already freaking out. But remember, the last 5 years, there hasn't really been a hit toy, especially in the boys category. Now we've got two of them.
So what do you need those video games for anymore,
Exactly.
I've got these two hot toys, Barbie's back up, you've got the Smurfs, you have enough to safe plays that are going to cost you, I took a $10 hit on this versus a video game or something of that more expensive nature where they're not willing to take that hit. I don't blame them.
Exactly. And so going into Christmas of '83, there's really no reason for them to take the risk anymore.
Yeah.
And in June, the G.I. Joe comic book started. The Motu figures already come with a comic book. So this is another big innovation where there's this ongoing storyline or, this more detailed mythology with the toy, which, again, is going to compete with the idea of video games that are supposed to be putting you in the place.
Right.
In a more direct way. The interactive storytelling aspect of it. And once the TV shows hit in September, both Motu and G.I. Joe get their cartoon debuts in September.
Oh, man.
Thanks to deregulation by the Reagan administration. Then all bets are off because TV advertising is like the key. The toy retailers divide products into two categories. There's the TV promoted items and the TV not promoted items. TV promoted items are expected to sell much, much larger numbers than non-TV promoted items. And now we have the 30-minute daily commercial, which is just going to be a game changer. And another little side note here, Coleco just announced that they bought the license to Cabbage Patch Kids.
Oh God, were they still? When I know that those. I know the Cabbage Patch was huge. I know that was another one that just blew
Christmas
up.
of '83. It's the only thing that matters, really.
Okay. Oh wow. So that's a big deal.
They're going to be premiering them at Toy Fair in '83. So just as Colecovision numbers may be softening, or I mean, ColecoVision is still going to be popular going into next year, but it's going to be harder and harder for the retail space and so forth. Just as that's happening, they get this second shot in the arm with Cabbage Patch Kids.
Interesting.
Yeah. So this is it's and I know Ethan may not 100% agree with me on this theory, but as the next year comes up and we see the numbers on these toys, there's a reason why toy retailers just don't give a hoot about going back into video games.
Yeah.
The big one, Toys R Us, is going to still bet on video games in a big way. They really do believe in the category. But the small mom and pops who can't really afford the risk are going to be steering clear of it.
It's just, and with how big, I mean, G.I. Joe and He-Man is just,
yeah,
they're massive. I mean, those are just, they're huge.
Yeah.
And you got to think this is right in the beginning of that when it's fresh and everyone wants a piece. Like, why would you bother? I absolutely agree with the toy retailer. Why would you bother with something that you're not sure on when these are pretty much safe, guaranteed bets, you know? And
also, the profit margin is high and the individual items are low. So, you know, it's, and you know who's buying. These are the people they know. It's grandma coming in.
Yep.
I mean, Christmas of '82, I got Castle Grayskull, the Wind Raider, He-Man, Skeletor, Man-at-Arms, Stratos, Beastman, and Merman.
Hell yeah.
That was my Christmas. It was the greatest Christmas ever. Only thing missing was the Battle Ram. Did not get the Battle Ram for another 2 years. That kind of ticked me off. I wanted the Battle Ram really bad.
Santa was busy. He got you, though. He got you.
Yeah.
Just give Santa his time. He'll come around. Don't worry.
Yeah, he came around. I got the Battle Ram. But this is the whole thing that this, you know, it's gonna be. You don't really need video games, at least at a certain age bracket, with these toys being out there. So, okay, one last story to close it out today.
And I have no frame of reference, as I've been told by many, it's blasphemy. I've never seen any of these. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy premieres on US TV.
The BBC television adaptation of Douglas Adams' radio program and books finally premieres on U.S. television. The PBS showing will help popularize the book series and become a mainstay in local PBS programming for years to come. So, I can't believe you've never... Okay, if you're going to experience Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy... you have to read the books.
Okay.
The TV show is good, but it kind of it's not as strong as it needs to be.
Is the movie any good? I've heard.
Oh, it's terrible. It's absolute garbage. It is so bad that it is a travesty. Yes, do not watch the movie.
Noted.
There's also later on an Infocom text adventure that is actually co-written by Douglas Adams,
which cool.
is really, really hard. There's one puzzle in there that is legendarily hard, and so
I feel
forth.
like John would have played this. This sounds right up John's alley. If it's a text adventure and it's an old PC game, that dude knows knows them all. So I'll have to ask him about this. I'm very curious.
Yeah. BBC for a while there, they adapted a version of it and added some graphics that you could play on the BBC website, but I don't know if that's still up someplace. But yeah,
archive.org.
No. You have to read the books. They're just brilliant. The humor is so cutting. It's so you have to have read the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That's just sorry, I have no words for this other than that. The TV show, curiously enough, when they do launch the computer game, they will re-show the TV show, and have a giveaway for the games.
Oh, that's smart.
As a promotional item. I talked to Dornbrook, who was with Infocom at the time, and he went into detail on that deal,
Fantastic.
which was quite cool. It's one of my interviews. Go check it out. So that concludes this extremely massive episode of the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine. There's only one matter left for the co-host. What is the word of the episode?
Uh-oh. It's gaping hole, of course. That's one word.
I will let that 2-word word slide. Okay.
Well, or I'll let you pick between gaping or hole. I don't know which one. You might actually want both of them together. Sounds worse when you just say one.
That's kind of true. Okay, Jeff. I can't thank you enough for being here. This was a blast.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much. And I want to apologize to all your listeners. I'm sure I did a mediocre to terrible job. Hopefully it's good enough.
No, it was excellent. It was excellent. Nobody will complain.
I keep peeking over at my volume levels, and I'm like, shit, I'm peaking. So I really apologize if the audio gets difficult to hear.
No,
anything,
don't worry. I will send it all through Levelator at the end. It will all be okay. Nobody will have ever known that you peaked on the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine.
I peaked a lot when we were talking about gaping holes, I'll tell you that much.
And I was just peeking. No, just okay. Okay, we better stop this. It's already 4:00 in the morning here, and I actually have to be up in a couple hours.
Oh, jeez.
So, dude, everybody remember, sign up if you want to watch the mutton chops, and they are magnificent.
I even cleaned them up just for tonight. So
if you want to watch them talk about playing Mr. Do, become a patron for just $1 a month. You can enjoy that and so much more, as well as early access to the interview episodes. We've got some really good stuff. You want to find out the dirt on how Direct 3D came about and what happened once Microsoft took it over. We've got that interview up right now just for you. So, everybody, so long. Have fun.